Hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you very, very much for joining us today. Thanks a million to Barry and Liam for coming on first as well. And yeah, this is a bit exciting, I think. I think it's Ireland's very first virtual craft beer festival. So yeah, welcome and thanks for making history or something like that. Yeah, so first up we have Barry from Kildare Brewing and Liam from Dead Centre and Beer Cloud as well. So you're both very welcome to join us, and thanks a million again. So do you want to kick things off? Maybe Barry, do you want to give us a quick introduction and hello?
Of the brewery, is it?
To yourself.
Oh, sorry. So hi, hello everyone, and this virtual strange world that we're living in. Firstly, thanks a million to Brian for getting us involved in something like this, and then obviously Liam and Beer Cloud and Dead Centre Brewing. It's brilliant to be able to be to see customers again. So we're obviously a brew pub first and foremost. So back in 2017, we started Kildare Brewing Company, which is Kildare's first ever brew pub. We have a 1,000-litre brewery, 3-vessel brew house here in Sallins, County Kildare, along the beautiful Grand Canal, which is busier than ever for people walking up and down it. I think we're going to have the fittest nation after this COVID. But it's where we predominantly focus on simple, easy drinking beers. There's obviously a lot more hoppier beers out there and stronger percentages, but for our clientele in the brew pub and for people that would know us, it's kind of easier drinking beer. And we are doing kombucha now as well. I just I'd get that in there as well. Under the Low Culture brand. But it doesn't stop us from doing any of the beers that we're doing. Our brewer Rob came from Rye River back a year and a half ago. So essentially his resume was, well, I'm coming from the school of brewing excellence, because obviously they have a 24-hour shift brewery there. So when we got Rob in, it's kind of transcended our beers into more hoppier beers then as well. A lot more dry hopping going on. The beer that we're going to be tasting today is Soldier's Island Pale Ale. So it's a slightly American hopped 4.5% pale ale with some crystal malt and Cascade and Amarillo, which would be kind of the traditional hops of and that was Rob's idea to kind of just oomph it up a little bit then as well. And I suppose I'm waffling now after that then, Brian. So if you want to ask any other questions.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump in and cut you off, but you're on a roll.
Yeah.
Liam, do you want to just say hello quickly, and then I'm sure we've plenty of thirsty people here, so we'll crack into some beers.
Yeah, no worries. So hello everybody, I'm Liam from Dead Centre Brewing. Big thanks to Barry. Some car trouble has meant that I'm in Kildare Company as well, rather than Dead Centre, so it's a little bit different. That's perfect, isn't it? Is that actually, did it cut us off?
I don't think so. No, we're there.
Yeah.
We're still there.
Yeah, you're there. Yeah.
Dead Centre started as a contract brand 2017 as well, May 2017. We opened the brew pub in Athlone last February. And that's pretty much the bulk of it. Most people, I hope anyway, are relatively familiar with the beers that we put to market. We do a lot of beers that we only have in the pub. They're kind of tap room exclusives. But the beer we're going to drink today is Teeny Tiny. It's 3.3% New England IPA. It's on Lallemand New England yeast. It's pale malt, oat, sweet, a little bit of honey malt in there as well. And then mainly, big Citra additions, but also Amarillo and our Eldorado one. I don't have Amarillo. So that's the beer for today.
Okay, nice one. Cheers. So, okay, we're going to start off with Soldier's Island, as we said. So, Barry, do you want to take us through this one?
Yeah, so I suppose briefly the name, Soldier's Island, it's actually a island here along the Grand Canal. So it's the only island that's actually on the Grand. So it dates back to the story of Soldier's Island. It dates back to 1798 when you had the revolutionaries or the rebels wanting to get down to the Craic camp where the British had all their military or their militia or ammunition, so the Redcoats would have a station on the Soldier's Island, which is just literally a kilometre and a half down from where the brewery is, to stop the rebels gaining access to the Craic camp, to gain access obviously to the ammunition. So it's easy drinking beer, we would say. So we've dry hopped it with Cascade and Amarillo. So the Amarillo will lend itself to a little bit of pine a little bit of resin, and then also Cascade. Cascade would kind of have its, obviously, a little bit of citrus hit then as well. We have a very simple malt bill on it, so we're using Hookhead series pale malts from Minch Malt, which are also based along the Grand Canal then as well. And then we also have a little bit of crystal malt, which would be notorious with American pales then as well. So on the aroma, we use Nottingham ale yeast then as well. So just to kind of have a simple yeast to kind of, not to have a yeast fighting against hops or against the malt, just to have a kind of clean neutral yeast that will let either one of them, the malt or the hops, to come through then as well.
Nice one. This is my this is actually my first taste of this beer ever. It's absolutely incredible. It's lovely. It's really, I think we picked a good one to start with anyway. Great.
I think you picked a really good one to start with, because I think when I'm looking at the list, like, there's Imperial Stouts and there's really hoppy beers as well. So fair play to you to kind of put us in at the start to kind of, I suppose, introduce people to the festival. You don't want to have a big hoppy beer that's a double IPA or an Imperial Stout, because it'll probably go downhill a lot quicker. So I suppose this is kind of an easy introduction. This is the second most popular beer after our Chapel Lane Lager, and it's where people are just wanting to introduce themselves into the craft beers. We have other, like, more hoppier beers or more higher percentages then as well. But this will be our second most popular beer, because like a day like today, it's easy drinking, it's crisp, it's light, it's not going to be too offensive in your face then either. So it's not going to make you run to the hills or anything like that if it's your kind of introduction into it. So hopefully everyone enjoys it. So any feedback, we'd love some feedback then as well. So
yeah, absolutely. I can just see there Thomas saying a great start, lovely and crisp. Dorothy saying very nice, first time trying it, great one to start with. Yeah, loving the West Coast bitterness, Peter saying. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous stuff. So yeah, guys, keep the comments coming in. Just to back up to what you were touching on, Barry, yeah, we do have, I think I sent out an email earlier just to say a prayer for both Western Herd and for Heaney, as we're ascending an ABV throughout the festival. So God help the lads, but at least we're finishing on the Imperial Stout anyway, so then we can all go to bed afterwards. Yeah, sorry, I'm waffling here. Michael saying, yeah, lovely fresh pale, wicked. Brian said good stuff. Can you see the comments, guys?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, you can. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, so you can see there's plenty of love coming in there for it. Yeah, so Barry, do you want to tell us a bit more about Kildare itself? Like, how are you guys faring at the moment, actually? Like, it's obviously...
So we're faring okay. We were quite lucky that in May 2019 that we were able to kind of get the process of our canning down. So we've our own can filler and can seamer. Darren from Irish Craft Canning has been a massive help to us. I know that Darren would go to a lot of breweries and he'll can everything for people, but you can also buy cans off him and the boxes and the lids, and we get our labels from an English company then as well. So that in one way has been the saviour for us, that it's not where we're kind of and trying to learn canning now. We kind of have it down for a year at this stage, and it is where obviously a lot of our market would have been 80% would have been in kegs, and obviously that market is gone now until, depending on what you hear, some pubs are going to, under a restaurant license, maybe open on June 29th, where some pubs are going to have to wait till August 10th. We already have people booking tables for August 10th. I think they're just kind of sitting at home now already, and they're kind of going, well, I hear the Dr. Dean's open on August 10th. So I think we've about 20 different voicemails for people booking tables when we do open. But I think hopefully we'll be open a little bit sooner than that. And it's where, I suppose it's adapt or die in some ways, and it's kind of the harsh reality as well. And it's where, as I said, we kind of have the canning there. We're also bottling kombucha, so we have an Aldi order with our Pro Culture kombucha brand to fulfill at the end of this month. So in one way, I suppose it's every cloud has a silver lining, and by being able to concentrate on cans, it takes the pressure off having to distribute our kegs, because we would have done all self-distribution as well. By having the likes of Liam, who's just going to get a charger, by the way, that by having Liam and Beer Cloud, and obviously local businesses within Super Value or the O'Brien's here in Naas, we are able to get our cans out and be relevant then to people as well. So it's all about kind of being relevant, whether it be in the pub or whether it be in Kildare Brewing. We did a beer 2 weeks ago, which is the Lockdown IPA, which we raised over €1,200 for the frontliners in General Hospital. We have another Lockdown IPA, which is dry hopped with Azaka, Eldorado, and Mosaic, and that's going to be a 5.8%er, just because we kind of see that obviously people are going to be drinking a lot more at home, so that's going to be all exclusively canned for online sales then as well. As I said, it's just adapt, and we're quite lucky that we can adapt. All the tanks were full when we had the lockdown put upon us within the pubs, so it's where they're being held by the glycol, so there's no issues with that, and we're slowly but surely getting through them. A thing that we've really learned is that lager is massive. That was always our number one beer in the pub, and now we are going to be canning it next week. So it's obviously an 8-week lager is what we do, and we didn't know was there going to be a demand for it, because obviously in the craft beer scene, it's all about hoppy beers, imperial stouts or high percentages. We've got a massive reaction from locals and from local shops wanting the lager as well. They want something obviously with the weather that's out there, nice, clean, crisp, easy, refreshing, and hopefully we'll be able to cater for that then next week when we're going to be canning then as well. So as I said, it's kind of a case of there are strange times to be living in. The pub is obviously first and foremost what we would like to have open, and we're probably catching up somewhat in relation to getting our beers out there in cans, but we never ever saw it as a big massive marketplace for us, the cans. But now it's kind of given us time to have an online shop, Kildare.ie, where people can purchase either merchandise or cans, and then Liam's just looking to try and stretch the charger over to us, so we might just have to move the camera.
Yeah, no worries. You were talking about your cans and the can range. You've been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
The one thing that strikes me about your beer is that the can labels are absolutely fantastic. Like they're always really striking. They're always like brilliant artwork. Like who does them for you? Do you do them in house or what?
We do it in house, yeah. So it's Rob, our brewer. He actually went to Ballyfermot Media College, I think. I think it's Ballyfermot Media College. So he has an eye. His family are printers then as well, and it's where he actually wanted to take on the whole thing of cans, and I was quite hesitant, and I'm quite thankful for him that we got into the canning game, because it's our only source at the minute of funds coming in. So Rob does all the labels himself, and he kind of took the label template from somewhat Garage in Barcelona, and also Verdant in the UK. So the label supplier we deal with, we essentially just said to them we want the same type of label as Verdant, and they were like, yeah, no problem whatsoever. And the company we deal with for labels, there's none of this whole thing of, we need the designer to bleed it, or we need it in a thing, or we need it in a JPEG, or we need it in a PDF. We send it on to them, and they either come back with stuff that is quite easy for Rob to change. And I suppose it's to kind of get all the colours of the rainbow on our cans then as well. We want our cans to be striking when someone sees it. So I don't know if anyone has seen the Baby Boom. The Baby Boom is a pink can. Quick story of that Baby Boom, why we did Baby Boom, is because I had a baby girl, my wife had a baby girl in December, and it was kind of the perfect fit, obviously milk stout. So that's why the can is coloured pink then as well. So it's kind of a commemoration can for my baby daughter, Maya. And it's where we just have fun with it. We don't go by any, I suppose, there's no templates. We have a free open reign every single time. Electric Juice, which is a yellow can with like a lightning strike, that gets a lot of traction. And then that's our most popular beer out in the off-license market. And then obviously in the pub, it's 5.5%. So people are drinking pints upon pints of 5.5% in a pub setting, but definitely in the home market, people are loving the 5.5%, and it's a striking yellow can. So thanks a million for asking me about it. Rob would be delighted to know that his design skills. So Rob, in fairness, is kind of a jack of all trades. He is a designer, he's a brewer, he's a record keeper. He brews kombucha now, so he went to Barcelona last year to do a commercial kombucha course. He's kind of a jack of all trades, and in fairness, he takes great pride in his. So hope everyone enjoys them.
Yeah, no, the artwork is brilliant. The beers are brilliant as well, obviously. I was just looking at the comments here. So yeah, Connor is saying more waffle, so I think he's enjoying your waffle. DJ has asked, is the toy soldier on the label inspired by Toy Story?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So it is. That's so Rob can pick essentially, like he did his first ever canned beer. He really did push it out though. He wanted to call the beer Thatcher in the Rye. And I was there kind of going, what are you talking about, Thatcher in the Rye? He kind of giggled to himself every single time he said Thatcher in the Rye to himself. I didn't understand it, and then he told me what the story was behind it. But it had a kind of a picture of Margaret Thatcher with her hand waved in a rye bald field and a party field, and I was there kind of going, I'm not sure is this going to kind of. So I took a bit of, I took a bit of counsel from people that were involved in the business, and they kind of went, I don't know, is that the right kind of way to go, Barry, with kind of Brexit going on and all this type of stuff. So I had to, and he was so close. He had it sent to the label company, and the label company were ready to go with it. But even the label company in UK that we deal with, they were kind of going, are you sure you want to go with that? What's going on with Brexit and tensions and stuff? So we ended up pulling that. But he has, yeah, that's Toy Story Soldier. Obviously, you could have it as any other soldier in the background with whatever else. But he's funny. He's a very dry sense of humor. As I said, he giggles to himself when he comes up with labels as well. But we do kind of filter somewhat of his ideas. So if you wanted to, like, I'm going to say, some of the stuff that he wanted to put out there from a commercial point of view wouldn't work because you'd have people banging at your door, and you're going to be upsetting some people then as well. But it's all obviously in fun, but it only takes one person to kind of be offended by it, and then they look at the brewery as, are we a serious outfit or not? Where we are, we think, but it's where it's all in jest. So yeah, it's fun with the labels then as well.
Yeah, just looking at the comments here, yeah, so I'm pretty sure everyone wants Thatcher in the Rye. So Thatcher in the Rye, brilliant, do it. What a name.
Yeah, we're brewing Thatcher in the Rye next week. So it's gone.
He'll probably be there kicking it. If he watches this later on now, he go, I told you Thatcher in the Rye. Yeah, it's all about fun, and I suppose in one way, by even having Liam here, so I've known Liam for a good few years now, and the craft industry has always started out as being fun, and it still is. It's more fun than ever. It's not like any other industry that, like, if I'm a pub and other pubs aren't going to share their ideas with me, it's very much community, and like what you're doing now, Brian, you're bringing people together, you're bringing brewers together. There's like-minded people that want to have fun and share ideas and share conversations over a beer. It's not where everyone's closed off. So that's our element of fun, and our beers are fun somewhat then, but we would say they're fun. But it's good crack to be in this industry and being able to see, as I say, customers again. Hopefully we see them, as Liam would say, in our pubs once everything kind of gets back open again. But we can have fun doing this, so it's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's brilliant. It's great to hear. And yeah, I think Ruben's saying terrible book. Just jumping at the comments here. Porg is saying first time trying any of the Kildare Brewing stuff. It's really nice. So yeah, that's great to hear now.
Brilliant.
Happy days.
Thanks, mate.
So I'm just looking, will we, this is very good timing for clearing out the glass there, Liam. Will we jump over to Teeny Tiny?
We can do.
This is great. I have to go to work after this now.
Right. Okay, just crack on, Brian, yeah?
Yeah, let's go. Well, yeah, let's just go for it, yeah.
Perfect, okay. So look, again, stop me when I'm going on too much.
Yeah.
So beer number 2 is our Teeny Tiny IPA. So first off, I suppose the name Teeny Tiny probably seems relatively fun there for you too.
I'm going to just waste that one now.
Yeah, well, it's a teeny tiny IPA at 3.3% to be far below where you normally see an IPA. But on top of that, teeny tiny is a very popular saying in the brewery in Athlone. It actually stems from, look at that, beautiful. It stems from, we have a fantastic coffee machine in Dead Centre Brewing. And I had no idea how to use it when we got it in first. So while we were training on how to brew good coffee or how to make good coffees, I I used to cheat, basically. So rather than a latte, a cappuccino, and a flat white, I had a cappuccino, which I could make really well. And then I just called a latte, a cappuccino with a different glass. And I called a flat white a teeny tiny cappuccino. And teeny tiny just kind of stuck. So everybody in the brewery, when they're describing something that's not enormous, it's teeny tiny. So that's where the name came from for the beer. This is a personal favorite of mine. Yeah. They jump on this. Idaho 7 is a ridiculously good hop. Roger is our brewer, by the way. I didn't brew this, and he's a big fan of Idaho 7, and I can see why on this one. So look, I hate tasting notes because taste is subjective. Everyone tastes something different. For me, on the nose, I get lots of like a deep orange pith or even a clementine or something like that. It's obviously extremely hazy. As I said, it's on the Le Mans New England yeast or Lallemand or Alamand, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, really soft carbonation to kind of tie into that more juicy end of things as opposed to the gassy repeating end of things. And just damn delicious, to be honest. I love this beer, yeah, and it is fresh. So this batch is completely sold out, as you'll see from the Beer Cloud website. You can't get it anymore; it's gone. We are brewing again on Wednesday.
They're the last 2 cans available.
Well, they're my last 2 cans. We brewed again on Wednesday because the feedback for this one has been very, very good. So
you'll have to stop pouring it over your cereal in the morning.
I have to stop showering it. It's like perfume. Put it on in the mornings.
I personally think this is a lovely beer. Lean, we would have got a mixed case off Lean, I think, last week. And I suppose what people might say is in the low percentage, is it going to actually deliver? I personally think it delivers all around that as well. The hops are super juicy, and then it doesn't lack anything, as in that you kind of feel that it might be quite watery. It has the body, it has the smoothness then as well. So
that's because this is actually, I explained this in detail. I can see Janice in the bottom corner there on my screen, but I explained this in detail to Janice and Wayne on their podcast. It's actually version 2 of this beer. We brewed version 1 for our first birthday. And I did feel that, to be honest, I felt that beer was a little bit thin. So on version 2, we basically increased the dry hop, increased the amount of oats in the beer as well. The pale malt reduced, the wheat stayed where it was, the oats went up to substitute for the pale malt. And the honey malt stayed where it is as well. So there is, there's a little bit of sweetness to it. It's not an overly bitter beer at all. It's kind of juicy, it's just one of those, it's kind of a cliche word, but it is one of those juicy beers,
Yeah, I was just saying to pretty much everyone before you guys came on, I've only had a handful of the beers myself that's in the box, so this is my first time having this as well. And I've seen a lot of love for it online and people saying how incredible it is and what body it has for 3.3%. I have to say that's absolutely stunning, and I can see the comments that people are agreeing.
We've been really, we any brewery, we take a lot of pride in what it is that we do, but we don't always want to. I don't know how do you say. It's really easy to make a beer and just dry up the hell out of it. As you'll know, it's expensive, but it's easy to do. We did dry up the hell out of this one. Like this is a big beer. We don't want to do it every single beer, but certainly this one. Like another beer that I brought with me, and I'm not going to. It's actually a gift for Barry, so I'm not going to get into it. But Super Juice was another limited edition that we did, and it's a very different kind of IPA.
Just if you didn't see that, it's beautiful. This is mine though.
It's a very different kind of IPA. So there are physically fruit additions in there, as opposed to a ridiculous hop. So it's we're trying to kind of deliver as much flavor as we possibly can without being kind of one-dimensional. The other thing we have popping up here all the time is orders for Beer Cloud from my emails, so ignore those.
Nice plug. I'm delighted we're using Liam's phone because there's stuff I've seen there that I never get a chance to.
Brilliant. So just looking at the comments here, so it smells lovely for low ABV. Kerry was asking, will you be doing any interesting coffee beers? She said she's new to your beers, so apologies if you already have.
Coffee, yeah, we've done the Moon Dust, which was our coffee porter. We brewed that with, that was a collaboration with Bell Lane Coffee in Mullingar. Stephen and Denise, I see a lot of dead centre in Bell Lane. They started a business that probably seemed a little bit ahead of its time in Mullingar, which is a coffee roastery, and they do things really, really well. So they source direct from farmers. You know, you could try and call Stephen one day and say, look, I'll have to call you back. I'm in Guatemala. You know, it's an impressive setup. So we did Moondust was a release that we did, I think, in 2018, sometime where I can't remember, perfectly honestly. But we did do a poll for New Year's Eve about our most popular beers, and Moondust actually came in as one of the most popular beers. So we rebrewed it for New Year's Eve 2019, and we put it on Nitro, which was it really served the beer really well. So it's definitely, it's absolutely something that we look at. I'm a terror for additions. I love adding things into beer that shouldn't technically be there, whether it's raspberries or strawberries or white chocolate or chia seeds. We have chia seeds in the super juice. I know someone is going to pop up and say glitter. Yeah, we did that too. Yeah, we did. Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm all about using things that aren't. I love adjuncts. Yeah, more than in there.
I think there's a market for it as well. I was actually looking at an Instagram live video with Wild Beer Company last night, and they were saying that they put parsley into beer. They put grass. Now, by looking at your man, I was like, what type of grass? Was it fresh cut grass, or was it other grass as well? But as in, I suppose, with Liam, in fairness to him, as in, he mentions the glitter beer. They'll kind of they'll experiment then as well. It's great to see them as well, and people respond to it. And fair play, innovation, let's try it.
Yeah, and it's odd, the ones that are a success. Like we did a beer with Trouble Brewing. We did a collaboration with Trouble, white chocolate and peach pale ale, and that was a divider. The people who didn't like it, like that, scored zeros. You know, but the people who liked it are still looking for it. It was just an odd. Adjuncts they can be hit and miss. It depends what way you go. If you go with something extreme like white chocolate, which we've done now twice, we actually did a chocolate strawberry pale ale for Valentine's Day in the brewery.
You did a pizza beer as well.
We did an amazing pizza beer. I think Roger brewed an amazing pizza beer. It was pink peppercorns, smoked malt to kind of replicate wood fire, tomatoes in the mash, basil as a dry hop. It was brilliant. Pizzioli it was called. It was named by Joe as our pizza chef in the restaurant in Athlone. Think outside the box, you know. And it's weird. We actually did that for the O'Brien's Craft Fair in Nace. The only rule with that craft beer festival is you have to pour a brand new beer. So that's the beer that we poured. And the amount of people that came up and went, oh God, pizza beer, no way. And then came back because it's one of those things, you don't know it until you try it. And once they tried it, they loved it. So do a pineapple pizza beer. Sorry, I just saw Thomas McCarthy. What was it, Thomas McCarthy?
Thomas Carroll, yeah. Do a pineapple pizza beer to really cause some controversy.
Yeah, well, we didn't. We've done a pizza beer, but we've also done a pineapple beer. So the 090 was another beer we did with a pineapple edition, which was hugely popular in New England IPA. Yeah, there are a few things that I haven't at some stage tried to fire into a beer, to be honest.
Nice. Maybe you do a blend of the two of them. Pineapple beer and pizza beer.
Happen as well. Yeah.
Blending soon enough now, I'd say.
There's been a couple of comments here. I'm just saying yes for additions, no to Nitro. I think that might be with the IPA.
It's weird, actually. This is somebody, I'm going to cut across it really quick. Another collaboration we did was with Mark Dixon, the format. Mark came down to us and launched the format in the Midlands in our tap room, and then we brewed a collaboration the next day in the brewery. And the only thing that I did with that beer was name it. So first of all, they said it's going to be a big hop-driven IPA. Brilliant. I know that's wrong. I'm not a fan of lactose. I'm just this guy. Now, did we lose anybody? Or okay.
Now you're back. We just lost you for a second. You're all good.
Yeah, sorry. So we.
Sorry, his wife just right
that was not. That was my electrician. But we did. Yeah. So they said it's going to be on Nitro, and I went, well, it's going to have lactose. And I said, well, that's kind of wrong. I'm not a huge fan of lactose. And it's going to be on nitro. And for me, nitro is the wrong kind of gas for an IPA. So I said, well, that's two wrongs. And that's where we got the name. We called the beer Two Wrongs. And it was absolutely spectacular. It was brilliant. So, yeah, some things I know people go, well, that's wrong. But God, sometimes it just works. Surprisingly, it just works.
Two wrongs make it right.
Sometimes.
That's it. Mark is doing some incredible stuff as well. Some amazing beers. So if anyone is looking sees the format as well, you do pick some up. They're cracking beers and they're hard to get hold of as well.
Yeah, he's a stellar guy as well, and I have a lot of time for Mark Nixon. Myself and Mark have an odd tradition of texting each other WhatsApps, or not WhatsApps, Untapped reviews that we've gotten, and just basically criticizing the people that have left them, or trying to understand where they came up with the thought behind it. Yeah, tasting notes.
Yeah, the old 0.5 stars for a sour beer, and then not into sours. It's like, why'd you do
zero
it?
head retention, 1 star.
Why'd you buy the sour? You don't like them. Anyway, we had a couple of questions about the label. So two people were asking about it there, just saying what inspired the great label.
For the Teeny Tiny label.
Yeah, for Teeny Tiny, yeah.
Yeah, all the Dead Centre labels follow a theme. So we always do the large pin drop on the front. We'll change the colour, we'll change certain elements of it. So for Super Juice, it's kind of a multicoloured. It's meant to tie in all the different colours of the fruit. So there's blueberry, mango, pineapple. It ties in everything there. So for Teeny Tiny, we basically just shrunk the pin drop down. And it's a teeny tiny pin drop. The other difference is on the back of all our other cans, we use depth lines from the River Shannon, so it kind of makes it local. Whereas on this one, we use the honeycomb effect, the 3D honeycomb effect, just because the beer has honey malt. It's the first time that we've used honey malt in a commercial brew, so we wanted to tie it into the label.
Okay, nice. Just looking, Ruben was asking there, he said, did I miss this, or was it brewed in the tap room or in St. Mel's?
No, this was brewed at 12 acres. We have it's strange, we're gypsy in between here, there and everywhere at the moment, wherever has the capacity and the availability of tank space. So we had always brewed with St. Mel's. But recently our last batches have all come out of 12 acres in Kildare and in Laois. Paddy McDonald is a lovely guy and a super brewer, and I trust him with the beer. And they've come out really well. So it's actually, we have a new batch of this going to tank on Wednesday, and that's in 12 acres. Okay,
brilliant. That was a nice name drops of who's to come as well. We've got St. Mel's next, and then 12 acres afterwards. So that's our
exactly. We put luckily it's been commissioning our brewery has been a real challenge in Athlone. But we brewed on our own kit on yesterday. I don't know what day it is anymore, but we brewed on our own kit yesterday. Friday. Right. I'm not drunk. It's just lockdown is getting to me. I can't remember what day of the week it is. But we brewed on our own kit yesterday, so we thankfully broke that kit in yesterday. So that's the one good thing that's come out of lockdown, is the time to actually focus on commissioning the kit, because it's been far slower than it should have been.
Brilliant. What did you brew on it?
We brewed, it's exactly the same beer that we commissioned on our pilot kit, a blonde ale called Heart of Glass. And I'm not going to lie to you, the reason was it was the first time we ever used the kit, the big kit. So we said, if this beer needs to go down the drain, we don't want it breaking the bank. So it's a very simple, it's a 100% Pilsner, 100% Saaz blonde ale. So yeah, we're excited by the fact we finally got the kit broken, because it's taken an awful long time.
Nice. I can see Garrod saying great name there as well. Obviously playing on Blondie.
Yeah, Blondie, blonde ale, Heart of Glass. Yeah.
You had your Stay the Feck at Home, the double IPA. I think that sold out in about an hour, if even.
11 minutes.
11. I didn't even get one myself. Raging.
Yeah, I didn't get one myself. But in fairness, that was a tiny. So that was a pilot batch that we did pre-lockdown, and we kegged it just at the start of the lockdown. And then obviously the keg was of zero use to us. We put it in the cold room optimistically, thinking maybe next week. And then obviously things went on and on and on. And so we said, look, there's no point in sitting on this keg anymore. So that was canned from the keg. So we only got canned from a 30-litre keg. So we only got 60 cans out of it. We only put 50 cans for sale because we have staff in Dead Centre who insist on drinking very good beer, which is great.
Yeah.
But they got first dibs, so we lost 10 cans to staff. And then the remaining 50 went on sale yesterday at noon, and they sold out at 10 past 12. So very few people managed to get their hands on one. What we did do there as well was we limited the sales to one email address. So basically one person could only buy one can, as opposed to jumping on and buying 20. So it was 50 individual sales in 10 minutes. The website started to struggle a touch, but it held up like a champ, and we got the business done. But already there's calls already for more of that beer, which is ironic because the beer sold yesterday, so it's shipping over the weekend. So nobody has tasted the beer, but they're insisting that we brew it again because they want the can, they want the label. It's the big thing. The label was really striking. Lee Grace is the artist that did the label. He's based in Waterford, and it's spectacular. It's an incredible label.
Yeah, it looks stunning, and yeah, it looked I think there's going to be plenty of demand for it. Like the beer, double IPA, New England style, it's going to be big anyway. And
9% as well. So it's one of those. It's a beer lover's beer.
Yeah.
Mosaic and the Zaka we just attacked that beer with Mosaic and the Zaka. It's a huge dry hop. But the other thing is, it's one of those things where I don't know how much of it you really want to. I think we'll brew it again, but I'm not sure how much shine will be on it the next time. I think if we had 200 or 300 or 400 cans of it yesterday, we would have sold out of it yesterday. But maybe the shine has gone off a little bit. So what I might do is sit back, see the reviews of the beer, see if people like it first of all, because they haven't tasted it yet, largely, and then take it from there.
Yeah, I'd say the staff will be a good barometer as well of how good it was. You said you lost
They're
10 cans.
They're probably a little bit biased.
Yeah, fair enough. You said you lost 10 cans to staff.
Absolutely, you have to say it's deadly.
Yeah, I'd say invested 10 cans in staff rather than lost 10 cans in staff. Say they're absolutely delighted with it.
Oddly, actually, the one thing about the stay-at-home label is if you do take a good look at it, it's the first label we've ever printed that it doesn't have a pin drop on it anywhere. So it's probably an aside, but there's no pin drop on it anywhere at all.
Yeah, the artwork is brilliant.
Yeah, it's
nice run around in the background. So I see I see Tommy.
I wasn't sure if I actually heard something there.
I was like, what is that? No, sorry, that's just Dave. He's putting out the kegs. So we do a click and collect. So we just put our Kildare Brewing kegs out as bay numbers. Then, so when people drive up to the pub, we just tell them park it, bay, whatever. So a little plug there, click and collect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Kildare Brewing, KildareBrewing.ie. That's it. Just Tommy saying now is where Liam offers one for everyone in the audience. I think talking about stay the feck at home.
That is optimistic.
Yeah, very, very. Barry, so you guys have your lockdown extended coming out soon.
Yeah, so it's in this tank here. If you can, so it's 5.8%. We've reduced the ABV in it, and then as actually Liam was talking about a Zaka, we were onto Will Avery, who we get our hops from Lockrans, and a Zaka is a class hop, so we are using a Zaka in the dry hop mosaic, and then in the Whirlpool, for the love of me, I don't know why, Rob used Eldorado just to get a little bit more juiciness into it. So we use that in the Whirlpool hop, but like tasting it, it's still at its 19 degrees, so still kind of clean it up. So we're going to start then cooling it maybe Tuesday. Rob is allowed bank holidays, unfortunately, so he's not back in the brewery till Tuesday. He had said we'll be chill it down before the weekend, and then I said no, we'll let the yeast do its thing. So yeah, it's a 5.8% lockdown IPA extended. We kind of launched the label last night. Because of the lockdown IPA, the first one, thanks to Liam as well on Beer Cloud, it just went all over the country. People are supporting it, whether they like beer or whether they don't like beer. But I suppose we, as a little brewery, we were able to probably get in there first with the lockdown IPA label, or with, I don't know if people know, but with the moderator of Untapped, we were able to get that name locked in. And then we've raised over 1,200 already for our Nace General Hospital frontliners. And this, similarly, the money raised is going to go to Nace Frontline. It was an issue with PPE. Now the issue seems to be actually looking after the mental health of our frontliners then as well. So the project that this money is going to go to is creating a garden or a relaxed space in Nace General Hospital as well. So we'd hope to raise the same amount of money. So we're looking at maybe 2,500. We'll hopefully raise between the two beers then as well. So it's a 5.8%. I wouldn't overly say super juicy, but if you like electric juice, it's going to be that little bit step up from electric juice then as well. It's going to be hazy, so we use a little bit of honey malt in it, but then a lot more oats as well this time as well, just to make sure that the haze is there. And like smelling it from the tank there, Rob gave me a sample because Liam was asking me for a sample, but I don't know how to put the little spider thing on it, and I don't want to upset Rob that he comes into the brewery on Tuesday and there's something gone awry with his tank. So when I tasted it yesterday, it's tasting great. So we're really excited for that beer then as well. And then next week we're going to be brewing electric juice because we've none of that in stock. So as Liam said, even on his website, it's in teeny tiny. It's gone, and a few of his beers are gone. We kind of want to be able to have stock in place. So electric juice then will be brewing next week. So.
Yeah, brilliant. I can just see the comments coming in, and I'm just going to echo them. Like, it's absolutely fantastic initiative that you did. Great cause. I have friends myself working on the front line in Nace Hospital, so it's great to hear the support there, and everyone is saying it. Here
it's kind of like so we're dealing with Gary Coogan even, so we have the money there ready with Gary Coogan, who's a community guard, and it's where obviously because of social distancing, we want to obviously be able to present the money, and it's where it's just trying to, obviously because Nace General Hospital is so busy now, that it's trying to have the right person with 2 meters apart, and unfortunately we're not really 2 meters apart yet. We're trying our best. But it's where, like, even my mother, which is hilarious, she's not a craft beer fan at all, but she's ringing me up going, how do I donate to your beer? And I'm like, what do you mean? And she goes, I want to give X amount of money. And I'm like, what? So the support has been massive. And I suppose it's probably because, as I said, we're a small brewery, we're able to try and do something and raise funds. And when we're driving to work, we get stopped by the guards at the checkpoints, and then we say, well, where are you going to work? And they go, we're going to a brewery. They're like, Jason, we can't stop the beer. Jason, it'll be a revolution. And then they see the logo on the crest or the t-shirt, and then they go, sure, Jason, you're Lock 13 in Kildare Brewing Company. You're trying to raise money. And we're like, yeah, well, we're trying to do something for people then as well. And like, it's been a great beer. Like, Rob did the label, and I suppose like in the label there's a rainbow on the very side of the can, and that kind of is where it's the rainbow hope that everyone sticks by this lockdown then as well. As much as business and us wanting to have the pub, and I think the sentiment is there, we're all in it together. It's not where one base is going to make a hell of a lot of money from this whole lockdown. It's trying to keep the show on the road, but as in it's for the greater good, essentially, is that we're closed. And then pubs will probably be last open, unfortunately. And I think there's kind of a video going around as a father talking to his son, and the father goes, geez, I remember a time that you could smoke in bars and pubs, and the son goes, Dad, what's a bar? And unfortunately, that's probably the realism that's probably going to be there, is that the culture has changed. But if we can kind of do something to help the cause, obviously closing the doors is helping it. But if there's something that breweries can do, is in and stay the feck at home, essentially. And there's other breweries that have done it then as well. We're trying to do our part to raise our money, but ultimately raise awareness that there's small little breweries that want to help, but then you can support our beers then as well. So
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I can see DJ. I think he's holding up a can of it there. I think he's got it at home.
Yeah, so it's in DJ and friends been a great support of the brewery, and it's where I think, which I have to probably give Liam, I think I have 4 cans in the cold room, and there'll be the last 4 cans available anywhere. But we are hoping, as I said, lockdown extended is going to be next week.
I have a can in the fridge.
Have a can in the fridge.
Brilliant. I'm just conscious of the time now, lads. We're just gone kind of past quarter to now, so just very quickly wrap up. I see Niall was asking where the Kildare Brewing pub is. So Barry.
So Lock 13, brew pub in Salon, so just outside of Naas. So just along the beautiful Grand Canal here in Salons, and it's our family business. 25 years we have this in our family. 6 years ago, as we looked at doing a brewery, 6 years ago we looked at craft beer. 3 years ago we started doing craft brewery. So we have tap room exclusives is the word. I think Liam used. I'm going to wrap that as well. So we have a small little pilot pit here that does 100 litres. So 25 minutes on the train from Dublin, Houston. So get off at Salons Naas. And we're probably one of the only kind of breweries that you can walk within 3 minutes from a train station and you're at the brewery then as well. And as Janice, I'll see our chicken wings are still the best, Janice. Our chicken wings, I know Wayne talks about it a lot. But we obviously do food then as well. So it's trying to get people in for food. And then you can see the brewery from inside in the pub then as well. So it's not as if it's a brewery that's hidden away in a different part of the building. You come in and the brewery is pretty much the centre of what your experience is. So.
Okay, brilliant. Janice, saying the best chicken wings, yeah. Garrod saying I'm there as soon as lockdown lifts. Okay, so I'm thinking we're going to move onto St. Mel's now, but I need to get the beers out of the fridge, and I stupidly haven't taken the brown out yet because I've been distracted. I know.
Move, Brian.
There's one last question. I'm going to ask you to try and answer this as quickly as possible, but I know it could take several hours. Colin has asked, what beer or beers inspired you to get into the brewing game? And while you answer that, I'm going to the fridge.
Do you want me to jump in? Because this is dead easy for me.
Okay, you go first.
Little Creatures Pale Ale. I moved to Australia in 2007, and I visited Little Creatures in 2008. But I found Little Creatures in Melbourne while I was living in Melbourne, and in Ireland I'd never had anything like it. So when I got to Perth, I got a day trip down to Fremantle, and I went to the Little Creatures Brewery, and it blew my mind. And when I came back to Ireland in late 2008, couldn't get a thing like it. So myself and a friend of mine, Donna, started traveling every year to Belgium just to try different beers from about 2009. I think we went in 2009. And that led to home brewing because I couldn't find the kind of beers that I wanted to drink in Ireland. And one thing led to another, as they say.
I think that's a great question. So my beer would Bell's IPA, the one with the elephant on it. And when I tasted that beer, I was like, Heaney or Guinness. And then when I tasted the Bell's IPA, I was like, oh, this is a beer to be reckoned with. And then I got to meet Doug O'Dell when he came over. Phil from Grand Cru Beers had a day up in one of the porterhouses, and Doug O'Dell was there. And just to see someone, as in this is my family business, so I'm in this industry, and to see someone so passionate about beer and how it should be served. And he was an older gentleman at the time, and he still is an older gentleman, but that beer just really opened my mind to, as in the flavours. As he said, even at that day in the porterhouse, he goes, someone asked him to drug test his employees. And he goes, I'm never going to drug test my employees. My employees do the job and they go off and do their own thing. Because we're in the state of Colorado. So he started going, as long as they're doing what they're doing, I don't mind. I'm happy enough. So it's kind of, I suppose, that was an eye-opener to me to kind of go, this is an industry to be cool and this is an industry to get into, which thankfully we're still in it at this moment in time. And then once I suppose you go into craft beer and you get to taste the flavours of how a proper beer is made, whether it be the malt, whether it be the yeast, or whether it be the sour, or whether it be the hops, it's quite hard to go back to kind of mainstream beers. And I suppose now is more through Beer Cloud. Now is more than ever that people are kind of going, well, I'm sick of drinking Heineken or Guinness at home. let's go and try a local brewery or something like that then as well. So it's kind of where hopefully it'll raise all ships then as well, and people are being exposed to it now more than ever. So hopefully one of our beers, please God, is where other breweries might start, or that other people might then follow a different brewery or make awareness of Dead Centre or Kildare Brewing, that once this lockdown is over, that people will be able to come and visit us then as well. See our passion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there has been a great response to what's happened. A huge rally behind the community to try and support all the independent brewers and keep them afloat, basically. And ensure everyone comes out the other side, and ensure that hopefully the market keeps to grow afterwards as well. I think it actually is a great opportunity to open people up to the world of craft beer. And so I think it's about how we I don't know, I suppose, approach adversity, and I think we can come out of the other side much stronger. Fingers crossed anyway. So I think that's a good place to leave it, lads. Thank you so much for joining in. I think that was brilliant. Great comments on the side there. I think everyone really enjoyed that. I think we'll probably ask that question to every brewery now, so maybe that's a heads up to Owen and Liam now about to come up. Here's Liam. Okay, I'm going to spotlight Liam now. I'm going to unmute you now, Liam. Don't swear, or maybe do swear. I don't know, actually.
Do it now.
Now, right, you're unmuted.
He's getting rowdy. I have to kick him out.
Hurry up with them numbers, Liam. Top. God, that guy on before me can talk, can't he?
Yeah. Guys, so we have. How are you, Liam? Good to see you.
Super.
Yeah.
I caught the end of the last chat, and I heard you talking about the front line. I got stopped by the guards today. I was delivering beer. Well, actually, I was going to buy cabbages from a garden centre, but I had beer in the boot as cover. So the guard stopped me and said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm delivering beer to the garden centre." And he said, "What?" And I said, "I'm delivering beer to the garden centre." And he said, "Show me." So I had to get out of the van and show him the back of the van, and it was full of cases of beer. He said, "Take out a bottle." So I took out a bottle and showed him, and it was a bottle of Hell's Lager, actually. And he said, "Oh yeah, I must try that." I said, "Do you want to buy a case?" And he said, "Is that legal?" And I was like, "Well, not really, no, but do you want to buy one? There's a special offer for the front line." He said, "No, I can't." that was my interaction with the front line. I was trying to sell them some stuff. Fair play to them.
Yeah. Can't believe they wouldn't buy beer though.
And then somebody I know was in the car behind me. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that, but they managed to get a picture of me trying to sell beer.
That's the guard.
The guards. And WhatsApped it to me. So fun morning. On the front line of beer.
Nice start to the day. That's brilliant. Owen, can you hear us as well? Are you?
And of course, yep.
Okay, perfect. I have Liam spotlighted. I don't know if we can have you both on the.
Go ahead, Liam.
Spotlight Owen is better looking.
The technical aspects of everything. I just sit here in the back and do brand awareness.
We got the better looking half, right?
I don't have the proper necessary craft beer around.
Right. Till I get them hoops in your earlobes.
Shut up, Tynan. Tell them about the brewery.
It's a wonderful thing. You tell them about the beer there. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So, okay, right. We'll start off. Sean Collins asking, is this a Liam Beer Festival? So, yeah, that's...
Yes.
Yes. It's the Liam Fest.
Inaugural 2020 Liam Fest.
Liam Fest 2020. Brilliant.
I'm shocked you're on time, Hannah.
What was that?
I'm shocked you're on time.
Can you mute that guy, please?
I can actually, yeah. I'll leave them unmuted just so they can heckle you for a bit. Right, Liam. So, do you want to? That was probably the best intro you could ever give, to be honest. But
actually, joking aside, I did say mute Liam, but I would like to thank him for setting up Beer Cloud that
yes, here.
And thank yourself, Brian, for setting this up. So, like, Beer Cloud has become a bit of a lifeline for all the breweries, and Liam was the right man in the right place at the time. So, raise an almost empty glass to him. Cheers, Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Liam. Well done, and cheers to everyone for rallying together and doing what they can. I think so. Yeah, it's brilliant. So yeah, not a Longford festival. There's no Buckfast first, says David. Right. So Liam, you're head brewer in St. Mel's. Yes.
Yeah. I'll give you the background of the company. So we were founded in 2014. I started brewing in 2001 for a company called Dublin Brewing Company. And then I went from there to Edinburgh, where I studied a master's in brewing and distilling. I worked in a couple of breweries in the UK, none of which exist now, but they were real ale breweries. And then I went to O'Hara's, Carlow Brewing Company, as head brewer. So when I started in O'Hara's in 2005, there was 3 staff members, and then I worked there until 2011. 2012, the impending birth of twins made me move back to the Midlands. And then we founded St. Mel's Brewing Company 2013, put the first brews on in 2014, June. So it's our 6th birthday next month.
Oh, amazing. Happy birthday next month. Owen, are you there? Do you want to say hello as well, just quickly?
Yeah, no, hello everybody. How you doing? I don't have anywhere near as entertaining an entry story as Liam there with the guards. I'm out in a very quiet countryside here, as you might be able to see. But
that's where the pull-up banner went.
Yeah, that's exactly where the pull-up banner went. We have a second one, but I don't know where the little pole for it is.
Nice, right. So, okay, right. So we'll kick straight into the tasting then. So will we start off with the Helles then?
Start with the light one, yeah. I always start with the light one. I might have another bottle, actually. So the Helles was... I'm a big fan of Munich beers. Augustiner Helles is probably one of my favourite beers. And there was no Helles on the market when we opened up. We were the first commercial Helles. And actually, we were the first brown ale on the market as well. And we wanted to do a nice German-style lager with a nice malt body for the local market. So our beers are designed for craft drinkers and non-craft drinkers to enjoy. So we tend to make them very accessible, very easy drinking. The Helles lager is 5%. We use all German hops in it, and it's quite hoppy for an Irish lager. It is quite hoppy, quite bitter. So.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful beer. So we might get ask people to pop in their comments on the side there as they're drinking. I'm going to give it a whack here.
Quarantine in Barbados. Sean Og is at it already.
What does the cabbage go best with, brown or Helles?
I think cabbage goes well whatever.
Yes.
So we can see Dorothy saying, you already know I like this one, approved by the Germans since the start. So that's always good to get.
Cheers, Dorothy.
Get the
it's our biggest selling beer.
Yeah.
I think it's still our biggest selling beer. Pours with a nice big fluffy head. I can put the head into it.
Lovely.
That's the appropriate glassware. If you haven't got the appropriate glassware, you haven't been stealing from enough pubs in the Midlands. But that's the appropriate one. And yeah, we bottle condition all our beers, so it does have yeast in it as well. So sometimes it pours a little bit hazy. There's nothing wrong with that.
Very nice. So, Owen, where are you?
I'm in my back garden, facing away from the house. So this is the field at the back of the house.
It looks amazing.
It is.
Like
yeah. Don't. Exactly. Working hard, and I go out and tell them what to do every now and again.
Very nice.
Have another beer.
So, Owen, Liam was telling us, so it's your 6th birthday next year. I actually thought you were going a bit longer, to be honest. So I'm very familiar with your beers. You've kind of been around for a good bit.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me okay, actually? I seem to be...
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. So did you both start up St. Mel's together at the same time, or who set it up first, or whose idea was it?
No, the kind of Germany idea came from, obviously, Liam being a commercial brewer and, being trained, I suppose. Myself and Liam went to college in Maynooth. We would have graduated at the same time around 2002, and he went on to do his brewing and distillation masters up in Edinburgh. And at the time, I did a business management masters, and I was working around financial services around Dublin. So, we would have been always meeting up and drinking pints and talking shite. And, obviously, the conversation talked to Jesus, that's a very good beer. Why don't people sell good beers like that? And Liam was fairly keen to go out on his own and do his own thing. To bring those nice commercial, accessible beers to the kind of, I know it's kind of a cliche in setting up breweries at the moment. Everybody comes out and says the same thing that, we didn't have the beers we wanted, so we went and made them. But 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the beer scene was terrible. Like the offering was awful. Notwithstanding O'Hara's and a couple others, maybe you had to go into the porterhouse to get decent brews. And, whatever imported stuff was coming in, it was very limited. So that's when the Germany idea kind of came along, and we spoke about it from about 2010 up to about 2012. It started to get serious, and then I went to did some research on how to maybe get funding for doing something like it, and by the time it took us about a year to put a plan together to get funding. Now Longford is sparsely populated, but there was good support for doing manufacturing businesses down here. People demand to get jobs and stuff going. Good news stories in a recession time as it was back then. So we got the local support from our LEO and our leader and stuff like that, and got the equipment commissioned and started production, as Liam was saying, in 2014. So yeah, it was a long journey, and it just kind of slipped more towards professionalism. Obviously, with Liam's background, we kind of hit the ground running,
Yeah. I can just looking at the comments here, I see a lot of love coming in for the Hellas here anyway.
I see Andrew Mannion can taste cabbage in the beer. Is that the Andrew Mannion I know, I wonder? I suspect it might be.
I'd say, yeah, it is, yeah. So, it does have hints of cabbage on the taste notes, is what Andrew's saying. So, David is asking, any repeat of Slow Burner planned?
Not at the moment. We did those black beers as a one-off. They were all very popular, actually. We did New Dawn, which was a black IPA. We did Slow Burner, which was an extra strong stout, or an extra stout, or I'm not quite sure what the right terminology is. And we did a black lager, so it was a Schwarz beer. And the three of them were huge sellers. The route to market for one-off bottles is becoming very constricted. So I think in future when we do one-offs, we might put them into cans. And then the question is whether a beer like Slow Burner suits cans, and I'm not sure it does. So.
Okay, nice.
But we never say never. We might do it in cask or draft or something sometime.
Yeah.
If the time ever comes back when you can sell those things.
Stick it into one of them wooden barrels you got.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. We've got the brown ale actually aging in a whiskey barrel. It's a Rioja barrel that had whiskey in it from Lochrie Distillery, and then they took out the whiskey and they gave us the barrels. So it's had brown ale in it now for 2 months. So we're actually toying with the idea of tasting it next month, which might be interesting. It's going to be a very limited release though.
Might
just release it to myself.
Might not make it past the front door.
How long did you say? Sorry, how long has it been in the barrel for?
It's just been there for 2 months so far. So
2 months. And how long are you planning?
I don't know, because we kind of have to. The idea is that then the distillery can take it back and put a whiskey into it. So we're trying to work with them on their. Obviously, it has to taste right first, and then they have to have spirit coming. So we'll see. We'll see. It won't be during the summer. Anyway, I don't think.
Okay, nice. You're getting a lot of
release.
A lot of love for the barrel aged brown ale. Anyway, a lot of people are looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw Colin O'Brien's question there.
No.
Is there a Longford equivalent to the Reinheitsgebot laws?
Yeah. Don't make shit beer.
Yeah, don't be out putting any shite in your beer.
Don't make or drink shit beer.
Yeah, fair enough. So, I know you guys. A lot of your distribution is through restaurants, I guess. I kind of always see it in restaurants and places like that.
Yeah.
Would that be a large percentage of your market, or how are you guys doing at the moment? Is basically the point I'm trying to get towards.
Not magnificent, but nobody is. So our offering is very food focused. And the reason we've held out so long with 500ml bottles is because we do a lot of trade in restaurants, and restaurants prefer 500ml bottles. So a lot of restaurants have closed temporarily. A lot of pubs have closed temporarily. But how's everybody doing? The economy's kind of on hold, and we've hunkered down, and we're selling through the office and some of the supermarkets and through beercloud.ie, and that's all great. There certainly wouldn't be a business in that, but it's paying a few bills and keeping the lights on for the time being. The restaurants and pubs will come back. What level they come back at is another question, but it's all wait and see, and nobody knows. And hopefully, the right package is going to be put in place to get all these guys back up and running. But sure, nobody really knows at the moment.
Yeah, I see. Andrew's asking, what garden centre is the whiskey barrel tasting going to be in?
It'll be one on the Roscommon Road, I'd say.
I see a nice story from Brian King there on your comments.
Okay, do you want me to read it out? I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
No.
Or do you want to read it there?
No, go ahead, Brian.
Okay, right.
No, really, like the everybody's in kind of this weird place in the hospitality business where they don't know whether they're going to have something to come back to. They don't know what it's going to be like. And we're as a company that relies heavily on that, we're kind of in the same situation. Not 100%. So everybody's just waiting to see what's going to come down the road. It was at least to put a plan in place of some sort. I know it hasn't been. It's not what everybody wanted to hear with the late opening of pubs and all that, but at least we have a plan that we can work around. So
yeah, this is a great story. I just after having a skim read from Brian. So he's saying, great story about St. Mel's. I was staying in Mullingar a couple of years ago. I went into a bar to get a drink. Had a look at the taps and I wasn't too impressed, so I asked what bottled beers they had. They listed the usual stuff, so Coors, Bud, Heineken, Miller, Bulmers, etc. I said, I'll have a pint of Smithwick's, please. The barman then slowly leaned over the bar to me and said quietly, is it a pale ale you're looking for? Have you got some? I replied in equally hushed tones. The barman then walked around the corner of the bar and opened a small fridge of a variety of St. Mel's brews. That kept me going for the night and the next, so he was delighted with himself.
Really. But sorry, Brian, but that speaks to something that's very important for us when we're trying to get out to customers, because we're always selling through bars and we're always selling through restaurants. And when you get the person that owns the restaurant or pub or whatever it is and the staff on board and they understand what you're doing, you're not going in just knocking them on the head saying these are great hoppy beers and blah, blah, blah. But they understand what you're at and they want to sell it on to the customer and tell your bit of a story, and it is like that little secret relationship between people that know and people that don't, and it's great when people buy in like that.
Yeah, I think like education is the key for like in the bars as well themselves. The people who have the passion behind it, they want to actually get involved and enjoy the drinks and understand what they're selling is brilliant rather than just throwing out the convenience, really.
I mean, not trying to talk at people, and but just let them enjoy the drink and sit down and go on with what whatever they're doing. But there is an alternative, you have to offer. Absolutely.
DJ is saying that I'm wasted on anything other than storytelling on audiobooks. So yeah, thanks for that, DJ.
You have a face for it, Brian. Sorry, voice.
Thanks. Darren is wondering, where did you get the name from?
St. Mel is a local saint in Longford, so we wanted to call the brewery something that was identifiably locally. So our strategy for the first 5 years of St. Mel's was to develop a local market, and we are still very much focused on the local market. Most of our trade is local, so we wanted a brand that identified us as being from Longford and being from the Midlands. And that's where St. Mel is a local saint. He was a nephew of St. Patrick, apparently, according to Wikipedia. He built a cathedral in Owen's home village of Arda. He founded a cathedral there, and then they built a St. Mel's Cathedral in Longford, which burned down in 2008. And the year we started brewing, in fact, the same month we started brewing, the cathedral reopened. They spent hundreds of millions, or I don't know, they spent a lot of money anyway. insurance job. But the St. Mel is very synonymous with the Midlands, and there's stuff in Athlone named after St. Mel. There's stuff all over Longford and Westmeath named after them. So that's why we chose it. Owen's also very religious.
I am.
Actually, he's not.
Deeply spiritual.
Yeah.
You should check out St. Mel's backstory as well. You know the way you have to have 2 miracles to get your sainthood. You have to get beatified. You have to have 2 proven miracles. And he came from a time where these things weren't very well documented. So you check out his backstory. It's scandalous.
A bit of a chancer, was he? Longford through and through.
Bit of a bowsy.
Yeah.
David Gray's made a good point there about it's amazing how far Ireland has come in the last few years. It's not too long ago that easy access to craft beers wasn't there. Now Valentine's has it on draft. Valentine's the pub in Longford. When I started craft brewing in Dublin Brewing Company in 2001, people thought those lads were crazy, absolutely insane, and they did get up to having like 40 taps in Temple Bar before they went wallop. And then when I was in O'Hara's had like maybe 150 taps in the US and no tap in Carlow when I worked there. When I first started working there, which I thought was mental.
That's nuts.
And then I had lived in Carlow when I started working there. I lived in Carlow, and we finally got one publican to put it on, and we put on the beer. And I went down with my mates that night and ordered 2 pints of St. Mel's. And he says, "You're not drinking that, are you?" Different barman, didn't recognise me. So, it's been a long road.
Yeah.
Getting beer into Valentine's, but at least it's there now, and it's in every small town in the country. So we've moved on a lot. Still have a way to go, but we've moved on a lot.
Yeah, it's great to see the progress being made anyway, and hopefully, I suppose we can't rest on our laurels. We have to keep going and keep trying to grow it as much as we can.
Yeah.
And that's up to us. I think it's up to the customer, the consumer, to demand it really, or walk out.
It needs to be consumer driven, because
absolutely.
We can drive at a certain distance, but if it's not consumer driven, they won't do it.
Absolutely. I'm thinking, right? Will we move on to the brown?
Yeah, go for it. I've a lot of this to go down, but latch into it. I know it well.
Right.
So Janice was on the ball. I don't know if she's still online, but she was on the ball. Take it out of the fridge an hour before you want to drink it. You want it a little bit chilled, not cold. Get all those malty flavours out of it. The older lads in Longford, my father and my father-in-law, love to drink it off the shelf and drink it warm. And they get cross if it's given to them too cold. This beer is all about the malt. And those malt flavours really come out at room temperatures.
Maybe Liam, go into the backstory of the recipe development. It took us 7, 8, 9 goals.
Say again?
The recipe development, the 7 or 8 or 9 goals that we had to get it right.
Yeah, we were originally we were trying to brew a red, and we were trying to brew a red, and we wanted to get a kind of slightly chocolatey flavour into the red, but we wanted it to still be red. But we tried and tried. We did several different recipes, and then we said, let's make it a brown. It's nicer as a brown. So we released the first brown ale onto the market. And it's quite a niche beer. Brown ale is quite niche in terms of sales and sales numbers, but it's a bit of a pet in the brewery. Everybody loves it. So it's probably when that comes off the bottling line, a lot of bottles tend to go missing. Don't know where to go.
If I was working there, that would probably be increased as well. I think I've made no secret of my love for this beer. I think it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's got a lovely depth of flavour. So, and it's all malt driven.
Yeah,
we do dry hop it. We dry hop it with Liberty hops to try and get a bit of an orange blossom aroma into it. But otherwise it's all about the malt and just balancing it with a bit of bitterness. So I think it's like 40 IBUs or something, but you wouldn't even notice it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just scanning back through the comments here. I see Sean Collin was asking, can you use the barrel for this from your brown for a barrel aged brown collab?
We'll have to have a long discussion on the commercial side of that, Sean.
Yeah.
Have your people call my people.
I'm here.
Garrod is saying this is the only craft beer that his wife will drink, so that's a good endorsement, definitely.
His wife is clearly a very intelligent person.
Yes, absolute connoisseur. Laurie is saying not usually a fan of brown ale, but this one's found a place in my heart or liver.
Very good.
Yeah.
Rather be in your heart and your liver, to be honest.
Yeah. Lovely brown ale. Loads of positive comments here, as is expected, I suppose. Thomas is asking, why 2 yeasts?
Yeah, it's a good question. We wanted to be extremely consistent with our bottle conditioning when we started, because we were selling bottle conditioned beers onto a market that hadn't experienced bottle conditioned beers in 2 generations. So it had to be problem free. The publicans and the shopkeepers had to be comfortable with it, and the consumers had to be comfortable with it. So to get that consistency, what we do is we filter out the first yeast and we reseed it with a second strain of yeast. And that's to ensure that every bottle pours the same.
Okay, nice. Very good. So let me see here now. So Connor's saying not a brown ale drinker, but this is very nice. Yeah, no, it's great stuff.
A lot of people say they're not brown ale drinkers, but they're just not brown ale drinkers because they don't have a brown ale.
Exactly. Yeah. So this beer and the Ballykilcavan one, the Bambrick's Brown, the two that you're just absolutely stunning beers. Like I can't believe that there's not more brown ales out there, but there's this problem. I don't know.
It suffers from a bit of an old-fashioned image. We probably don't do it any favors with our labeling, which is quite kind of vintage looking as well. But I think it does suffer. Brown ale suffers in people's heads as something you drink on a wet November night in Lancashire somewhere, coming home from the rugby league, or I don't know. But there's a lot more to it than that, and you can get a huge depth of flavour into a brown ale that you wouldn't necessarily get even out of a session stout. You wouldn't get it, you know. So.
Yeah. I'm just saying this beer is stunning on a day like today.
It's a very good point, actually.
I was just about to get to it. Yeah. So David says it's because Newcastle Brown is shite. So I know it might be hard to think of at the moment, but what are the plans going forward? I know you got the barrel-aged brown in the tanks or in the barrel, but have you got anything else coming down the pipeline, or what do you think?
We do. We have a couple of beers coming out in can, and they're going to be on the lighter side. We had serious plans about doing all kinds of things that we had just signed off on and done all the necessary donkey work on around the second week of March. So that's all on the shelf. But certainly for the online retail, our bottles are kind of difficult to ship around. So we'll certainly be putting some beer in cans. We're releasing, hopefully in the first week of June, we're going to release a couple of beers in cans. And that'll be part of a series, or possibly a new core range in cans. We're going to maintain the bottle as well, because they've been around for 6 years and people like them. But we're going to do a few new things, yeah.
Okay, nice. Andrew's asking, when will we see Mel's purple label?
I don't know. I think I know what that means.
I don't know if that's an in-joke or not.
Not a public discussion we need to have.
Yeah. David's asking, can cans be conditioned? And
they can. We're not the masters of that. It's not something I have a huge amount of experience. But Mr. Callahan from the White Street Brewing Company is an expert on that, and he's doing it very well. So yeah, he's kind of proven that it can be done.
Mm. Yeah, we'll have Sean on it at 5:30, I think, around.
Yeah, and it's worth talking about that, because he knows a lot more about it than I do.
Yeah, he's on now. I'm sure he's very much enjoying himself. I'm actually just going to put a disclaimer out there now. With any of the White Street beers, don't open them over your laptop, because I'm taking no responsibility for that. Sorry, Steve is saying yes, more beers are experts. So Colin O'Brien was asking questions throughout, or the last time around, and I think it's a good one probably to come towards the end with. What beer or beers were the ones that kind of pushed you towards brewing, like the craft beer market or craft beer in general?
I was kind of interested in beer before I was interested in craft beer. And I...
I'll just mute Owen for a second.
Hi, Molly. Molly, Anya, how you doing? So I was interested in... I was interested in beer before I was interested in craft beer. My mother's from the north of England, and we used to go over there on holidays, and we would go to the pub, and there'd always be different beers in all the different pubs, and they were from breweries I'd never heard of. And I always thought that beer came from Guinness when I was a young teenager, and I didn't know there was other beers. So that got me interested in it. I did some home brewing at a scandalously young age, and then I studied biotech with a view to getting into the beer industry, and I did, but I got into the craft beer industry there because I got to work for Dublin Brewing Company. So there was no particular one beer for me that got me interested in it. Then I got to Dublin Brewing Company, and they were making, like, for their time, amazing beers: Maeve's Crystal Wheat Beer, Revolution Red, Darcy Stout, which compared to what we were drinking in college, where we were drinking pints of Fosters and that sort of nonsense, were mind-blowing. And that's where I really got turned on to the whole ethos of craft beer, and it was really new at that stage. It was even kind of fresh in the States. So that made me decide that I wanted a career in craft brewing as opposed to just brewing. And that's why I went off to Edinburgh to study brewing still, and then came back. And then when I was in Edinburgh, I learned all about real ales and the beers up there. Jukers on cask is one of the greatest things you can drink, under 4% alcohol when it's fresh. And then I got turned on to the IPAs. I came back to Ireland, and IPAs were just getting big at that time. Sierra Nevada had become big. And somebody brought me a bottle of Pliny the Elder. And that got me into the grapefruity West Coast IPAs. And on the journey goes, I got into the German beer just after that, and went over and discovered Hellas lagers and all the good stuff in Germany. There's no one particular beer I would pick out, to be honest.
Okay, nice.
Being a favourite beer from Yorkshire / Lancashire. God.
I'll let you think about that, and I'll ask Owen what got him into the beers.
Well, funnily enough, around the same time as myself and Liam were in college, I was fermenting wine in my bath in the dorm. I went more from the grape to the grain, really. I was always a fan of beer, though, obviously. And, yeah, like, I suppose I didn't really know much until I did a bit of travelling after college, and I went around Germany. I had been in England during college. You know, the Bavarian beers, they're absolutely outstanding. The Dunkles, Hellas, you know, the Augustiners, that kind of stuff. I've particular weakness for the Klar beers from northern Germany. Klar, the Weizens. I never see them around here, I don't know. And I don't think they even travel that well. But, yeah, like, you know, I would have drank an awful lot of different stuff and an awful lot of stout, you know. Could never really into the commercial lagers as such. They were only, you know, I would have been a kind of a normal college drinker, or, you know, young fella in my 20s drinking lager, having a crack. But as you get older, and you just want to sit down and enjoy a beer, like Guinness is grand. But it does give you an awful head. So, you know, the purity of the different, of what you're able to make yourself, and every home brewer will know it. You know, you can blow the head off yourself, or you can just make yourself a nice beer that you like to drink. And I think that's what a lot of lads are actually doing. You know, it comes from that. So yeah, look, it's a everybody has their own journey in sauce.
There's a bit of a conversation going on there about Lancashire and Yorkshire beers, so I better jump in here.
Yeah,
my mother's actually from Lancashire, but in Yorkshire there's a traditional way of brewing with the Yorkshire square fermentation method, and I think Black Sheep use it, and it gives a great depth of flavour to the ales. So I'd actually come out on the side of Yorkshire beer. But yeah, Black Sheep. I have great memories of Black Sheep beer when I was in college in Scotland. So I'd say Black Sheep is probably my favourite from that part of the country.
Nice, very good. So let's have a quick scan back to the comments here. Yeah, I think it's mostly been there's good beers, there's no good beers from Yorkshire or Lancashire.
The red rose and the white rose have started a fight at an Irish Beer Festival, which is clear.
The free bag of O'Donnell's crisps go down very well. I don't know if Liam is still
love a bag of O'Donnell's crisps. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any with me, so
I have some Black Sheep and Phil Graham's pub in Waterford, great beer. Yeah, guys, if you have any more questions, guys, fire them in. I think we're coming on to 4:30 now, so we can start wrapping up. I'm trying to think, is there anything we haven't chatted about or anything we haven't talked about? Owen, is there anything you wanted to add? Anything?
Well, not a huge amount, but keep an eye out as things are opening up and as the kind of crisis unfolds, and it's great to have the support. Make sure you pass on the message to everybody and there's lots of really good publicans out there that are supporting the business as well. So when they do open up, try and get in for a pint with them.
Nice.
That's it.
Brilliant. Just there was one question there that Thomas Carroll has asked. Ever thought about brewing a high ABV brown ale? And I don't know if you'll recall a conversation we had a while ago, but yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah. Which conversation was that?
You don't recall?
No.
I was in some little cafe around Stephen's Green. I think you were in Fire, were you? We were
Tiffin's.
Oh, we were.
That was it. Yeah.
Tiffin's, a little chap in there makes a lovely bowl of soup.
Yeah, Steve saying double brown, but yeah, I think a big brown could be a winner.
Yeah, might be.
Double brown. Is there such a thing as a double brown style, or could there be? I think we could do that, couldn't we?
You can just create your own styles.
Yeah. Double brown ale.
New England double brown Irish.
There'll probably be 5 of them on the market now before we actually get around to
it. We'll bring out the lactose version. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Double dry hopped with Freddo bars. Everyone's doing the Freddos here in the chat. So yeah, oh Jesus Christ, it's kicking off altogether in the chat here. Ruben's asking what ABV will the barrel aged brown be?
We don't know, but probably between 7% and 8%. So there's your big brown right there.
Nice. So there's your big brown. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe we'll call it big brown.
Big brown.
You could do a double aged brown and then stick it in a barrel.
Maybe we won't.
Absolutely.
That'd be the thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Last question. What type of beer do you not like? Or is there any style you don't like?
Where do I get started?
Lactose.
Yeah. Look, I'm not a huge fan of lactose in beer. Most people from craft brewing business know that about me at this stage. There's no particular style I would give out about, but yeah, lactose in beer upsets me.
I didn't know that. I just threw that out because I share your sentiments. How about yourself, Owen?
Nothing really that, I've drank most things at this point in my career. I can't say that too many of them disagree with me. I'm not a cider drinker, that's for sure. On a scale of preference, I'm trained by Liam at this point to appreciate the maltiness of beer and the body in beer and that kind of balance. So that's really what I go for. So anything that's a little bit too weak, a little bit too watery, I tend to steer away from. And that's not to say, there's lots of, your normal fizzy commercial stuff, but it really depends. It really depends. I wouldn't pick out any particular style. It's just like, as long as it's done well and with a bit of care and attention, it's usually very good. But some beers are better than others. I just not going
Brilliant.
to
Yeah.
don't offend anybody in their particular tastes or anything like that, you know. So I'll leave it at that.
It's
It's
all subjective. Don't worry about that. Yeah, Peter said, as a wise man once said, "Lactose me whole," which is, I think it's on the Rascals. Was it on the Rascals toilet cubicle or something like that?
that could have been a request rather than a statement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Steve makes a very fair point. Like lactose has its place and it's decent in traditional milk stout, but it is absolutely overused at the moment, and probably not just overused, but aggressively used as well in beers, which is given it a bad rap or a rep even. Thomas asking New Longford lactose brown ale, maybe.
Maybe if White Street Brewing decide to brew it.
Yeah. Once they get the barrel, of course. Yeah, okay, right. I think we're just past 4:30 now, lads, so we'll probably wrap it up there. So
yeah, well,
thanks, man.
I'd just like to say thanks very much to you, and especially to everybody who's here, who's bought a box off beercloud.ie to support all the breweries. It's really much appreciated at the moment and very important to us all. So thanks very much.
Yeah, I think everyone is more than happy to
drink lots of beer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's plenty of St. Mel's on Beer Cloud, right?
Yeah,
okay, Brian, absolutely. And I know you're thinking of doing several different projects, and I'm sure everybody here will support you as well in whatever endeavours you do in the future. So fair play. Cheers to everybody.
Oh my God. Cheers,
guys.
Cheers, Ian. Cheers, lads. Well, we'll chat to you soon. And of course, yeah, everyone's saying thanks a million. Yeah, lovely comments coming in there in the chat. So yeah, feel free to stay on if you would like to, or obviously I know you've got you've got a family there attacking you.
Oh, don't worry. This is my fortress of solitude now.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah.
As long as I'm sitting here, I'm free.
Yeah. You're in base, is it?
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I can pretend I'm working.
Nice.
This is what I do most days.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, thanks again, lads. Well, as I said, feel free to stay on. We have, I see Paddy is here. So, Paddy, I am going to unmute you. And we're on to 12 Acres next, by the way, lads. Paddy, where are you? Sorry, there's too many people in this chat. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can. There you are. Hello.
Well, how's the farm?
How are you getting on?
Good. Hi, everybody.
They're all muted, but everyone can say hello to Paddy in the chat. How are things in Laois?
Good. All good here. This is a great idea. Well done. This is brilliant.
Oh yeah, good. Thanks very much. I think it seems it's going well so far, but I've only gotten 3 or 4 years.
I was busy.
Yeah, we'll see how I'm holding up in a couple of hours' time. Paddy, I need to grab your beers out of the fridge, but why don't you just quickly introduce yourself while I'm doing that?
All right. Hi everybody. Paddy MacDonald. Don't know if you've all heard of us, but 12 Acres Brewing Company. We're in County Laois. We're just on the Carlow-Laois border. We're about 2 miles from Carlow town. I give Seamus O'Hara a good ribbon about that. We're the closest brewery to Carlow town, but after what Liam was saying about Carlow years ago not supporting Carlow publicans and not supporting Carlow Brewing, definitely are now, and there's a lot of craft beer around Carlow, which is good to see. But we're a small microbrewery on a farm here in Kildare. We I suppose our unique selling point that we have is that we brew with our own malt and barley and our own spring water. So my brother is the farmer here. He grows about 300 tons of malt and barley for minch malt. Most of it goes to Guinness. Some of it goes for distilling. This year, actually, just recently with the whole COVID thing, the contracts have changed, and now they're taking way more for distilling as the beer market in Guinness has just crashed. So it's tough on everyone. But he'll still grow a lot of barley, and we keep back about 100 tons. We get it malted separately in minch malt. So 100 tons goes through the maltings, and we get back then what we need for the year, and the rest is sold on by minch. But last year we took about 20 ton of base malt. So we use our own base malt for all our beers, and we use our own spring water as well, which is from our own well. It's untreated, which I think is a big help. So that's a little bit about us. We have we're established in 2014 with our first beer, which was 12
Right.
acres pale ale.
Pale
There you
ale.
go.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so I think we're gonna kick off with that, are we? Will we start with the pale? Sure. Let's go for it. So okay.
It's an old favourite of mine, I suppose. It's close to my heart. It was my first kind of, when I started getting into pale ales and all the IPAs back in 2012, 2013. This is my own recipe I came up with. But it's a typical American pale ale. But I suppose a bit more emphasis on the malt flavour, because we're all about the malt, our own malt. It's a nice balanced beer, I suppose, is the way to put it. It's not too hoppy, it's not too malty, and I suppose that's what I think good beer should be. It should be balanced. And we'll give it a pour and see what it's like.
Absolutely, yeah. So just looking at the comments here, everyone's saying hello to you. So Michael's saying you got your beers when Lidl did their local thing. They were outstanding. You went back and got more. So sorry, yeah. So tell us about the beer. So what do we got here? What are we smelling? What are we tasting?
The pale ale, like I was saying, typical American pale ale, a bit more malty than a typical American ale, I suppose. We use Cascade is the main bittering hop, although probably should use something else, but we use Cascade for bittering. We use some Willamette, which gives a nice earthy kind of blackcurranty kind of flavour as well. Yeah, so it's nicely balanced, and then we use a nice bit of Citra then in the dry hop. Use about a decent dry hop with about 5 kilos of Citra in a 20 hectolitre batch. So it's gives a nice floral, bit of grapefruit, bit of citrus on the finish, and I think that gives it a nice edge. It's nice and easy, 4.6%. It's not going to knock you off your chair if you have a few of them. Very sessionable, and that's why it's an old favourite of mine, I suppose.
Yeah,
yeah. We use a few different malts as well. Apart from our own base malt, we use a bit of Carahel, some Munich, and Carapils as well. It gives a nice touch of sweetness as well. So yeah, that's it really. That's the pale ale.
It is. It's lovely beer, and
that's our big seller really. That's 60% of what we brew and sell is the pale ale. On draft, especially locally, this is what sells, and it's our big seller. So it's what we brew most. What we brew most.
Yeah. On the local point, I can see plenty of comments here coming in saying, DJ saying big fan of 12 Acres, a strong presence in the southeast, on tap in some great pubs in Waterford, Kilkenny. Gareth is saying definitely the beer I go for first in Portlaoise, on tap in Kavanagh's. Ger is saying we're very lucky to be able to call 12 Acres our usual drink thanks to Kavanagh's pub in Portlaoise. Yeah, so it's great to see the local love for it.
Yeah, we were lucky. We kind of came out into that 2014. We were the first microbrewery in Laois since Perry's had an old brewery in Rathdowney. They closed down in 1966. So, there was a bit of a stir when we started. Like, Laois isn't it's not the most densely populated county or anything, but Portlaoise is a big town, a few good pubs. But we're also very close to Carlow, which has a good few pubs, good student population. Kilkenny is on the doorstep, 20 minutes down the road. So it's a nice Ashford area for a few, like we have a lot of big towns in close proximity. So, and Waterford's only 45 minutes as well. So we were able to get, that's kind of our local area, those and really against the people. The pale ale sells very well on draft.
Brilliant, yeah. And just the comments here are flying here. I'm trying to keep up with them. Porg is saying, Laois is the beer capital of Ireland as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, that's good to hear yourselves and Calvin there. Garrod, I hope you're doing all right. Yeah, the wife sent in a toasty, so I hope you get the sustenance going. He says it's a bad sign. So tell us, you kind of mentioned earlier about the brewery itself. So do you say you use all your own spring water? Is this your own grown malts?
Yeah.
So what's the kind of, I suppose, the ethos or the philosophy behind the brewery, or even the name itself, 12 Acres? I'm assuming that's relating to the plot of land you're on.
Yeah, but I suppose a good few years ago, we have a very good water supply here, and there used to be a dairy on the farm that's our great grandfather, who was actually the man in the bottle. That's my great grandfather, John MacDonald. He bought the 12 acres field, which is and he started growing malt and barley for St James's Gate, Minch malt at the time. So we thought it was a nice connection to the land and a nice kind of ode to him. He also set up the Leaks Dairy, which is a dairy on the farm as well, and supplied milk and cream locally. So there's a bit of a history of agribusiness. So we thought it was a nice tribute to him and a nice nice name. So that was where we came about with that. So yeah, that's the crack with that. But yeah, so the malt, back when we looked into it, we were saying, what can we do? I was big into beers myself around the time when I was traveling, and my father was always keen to do something with the water because we had such good water. And so we looked at what we could do, and I was started home brewing around 2010 when I got back from traveling. And so I was working as a QS, but then when I got back, there wasn't much work going, so I started home brewing. I was working with my brother on the farm, and so I was home brewing, he was doing the barley, and we realised we've got 95% of the ingredients here, you know. We looked at getting planning permission on one of the sheds to convert to a microbrewery. That took about 9 months. We got all the licensing, took another 9 months. And so after that, we finally got it set up. And we were brewing on contract first down in 9 White Deer in Cork for about a year and a half. It was a good idea. We started with LL. So we were able to start and kind of before actually in the brewery. So we were a businessman at the very start. And yeah, very good. Nice product with no customers, so we can't give you any money. So that's when we went down to Cork, started brewing down in 9 White Deer. We used to bring our malt down there and start brewing down there, and just built a nice little bit. And then went back to the bank, and I think we had €100,000 in sales. And they said, right, there you go, we've got your customers now. Can you? And in fairness, we did up in shed. Took a while. In 2016, we started brewing here, and then that's when we expanded our range. We added the lager and the rye, and yeah, so that's how it all came about. But yeah, so we got good board locally, and it's kept going. Nice,
very good. I just trying to scan through the comments here. Michael was asking who in Dublin is stocking your beers. Someone mentioned Malloy's. Where else can you find them in Dublin?
Yeah, you get our bottle beers in O'Brien's nationwide, Super Value as well, and some independents, and hopefully more. Lidl also are doing their little thing. They're support the small guy program. So we're going back in there now next week or the week after. And in fairness, they're very good and no complaints in the. So they'll have these 2 beers next week. There's the plug.
You beat me to it. I was just about to ask you what beers are behind you.
So that's Pallet Jack. It's an India Pale Lager. It's a nice hoppy, fruity lager. We use Citra and Ellertau Blanc, which gives a nice light floral citrus hoppiness. But it's nice and bitter as well, so it's lovely in a hot day. And then we Make Hay, which is our session IPA. It's a New England style IPA. We use Vermont yeast, which it's like and we have the Far Side as well, but that's not available for another few weeks. We ran into problems when COVID came. Our tanks were full of pale ale that was due to go to France, and then that was cancelled. So we've tanks full of pale ale that we have to package and sell before we can brew anything else. So, but these two are ready to go in Lidl next week, and independents and locally. Keep an eye out, and of course the Beer Cloud. I will have these, and yeah. So
brilliant.
Yeah. So they're the cans, and we're looking at putting the pale ale in can as well. So that will be another product, and that'll be in a couple of weeks.
Nice one. Jera is saying the collaboration you did with Dot Brew last year, was it? Was possibly one of the best beers she's ever tried. So what one was that? I don't know if I actually saw that one. Oh no, I did. Sorry, I did. That was the.
It was two. We did two collaborations. That was really interesting. That was good fun because we used to brew a bit for Dot last year, and so we did a collaboration. We did a double dry hopped rye. We did 20 hectoliters of it, and before we dry hopped it, we put half into barrels, half the batch into barrels. So we kept that for a year in barrels. It was a mix of whiskey and what else was it? It was Amaron wine, and so it was a strange mix of barrels. But Shane is the barrel master, so the first batch was double dry hopped, 6.9% double dry hopped rye IPA. It was lovely. We were really happy with it. And then the second half of the batch went to barrel, and it was released as a Imperial Rye Ale because it absolutely matured. And in the barrels, it went up to about 8%. And that is, I think I have a bottle of it somewhere.
Oh, he's gone. So let's have a look at the comments here.
Sorry, that's not.
There it is. Yeah, that's the one. That was amazing beer. Absolutely amazing.
Nice. It's a sipper. It's a sipper, but it's got some really delicate flavors and really worked out nice. We were really happy with it. Yeah, that's the fun stuff.
Yeah. Janice is saying, I'll never forget your launch night in Kavanagh's. Wayne says hi.
All right, guys, that was a long time ago now.
How long are you going now, Paddy?
That was 2014 in Kavanagh's of Portlaoise. We launched with our pale ale. It was a little beer festival Wayne did called Craft Beer Unleashed. See what he did there, you know.
Yeah, very good.
So that was great fun. I remember it well, fondly. Yes, that was 2014. So 6 years this November.
Okay, brilliant.
So we're surviving.
Sorry, now just jumping through the comments. So what are we looking at next? I could just see someone saying that the winter is coming, the 12 acres, the oatmeal stout or oatmeal porter. I assume they mean that winter is coming is their favorite beer at the moment.
Porter or stout.
Yeah. Pick your poison. So do you want to tell us a little bit about it, and then we'll get into it. This is, by the way, one of my favorite beers as well, and this is absolutely incredible. Yeah.
Beers, yeah. I suppose there's so many IPAs and pale ales and IPAs. I mean, it's nice to have it's good to have a nice malty beer, you know. I'm fond of the malty beers. I'm not a big lager fan. I'll drink lager, but I much prefer the ales and the stouts. So this is probably, as the style guideline calls, a robust porter, which I suppose is a stout, but we won't go there and stouts and porters. But what can I tell you about this? It's 5%. It's very malt driven, very light on hops. I think it's about 25 IBUs. There's a big mix of malts. So there's Cara Munich, we flake barley, and we use some local organic oats from a farmer up the road that we know. And we don't use roasted barley. We don't use chocolate malt. We use Carafat, which is a dehusked malt, which gives you get the nice, I like it. And it's used in black IPAs a lot. You get a nice kind of chocolatey coffee flavors and nutty, roasty, without kind of the astringency and the bitterness you get from the chocolate or the roasted barley. So that's why I like it. It kind of gives us much smoother flavor, and that with the oats as well gives it a really nice mouthfeel. And the way we ferment this is in the fermenter in the uni tank. It's all in the uni tank, and it's naturally carbonated. So we use a spun valve. So that again, I think, gives an even smoother kind of texture to it from the natural carbonation, more so than the injected carb. It's just it's finer carbonation, I think. So yeah, we'll give it a taste.
Yeah, let's go for it. I'm just looking at the comments here. So yeah, I think everyone's looking forward to it. Porg is saying one of the best beers in the country. Nathan's saying the oatmeal porter is the best. Absolutely love the flavour, it's so smooth. Dara was asking about the malt there. Is it craft special 3? Or
yeah, craft special 2 and 3.
Oh, 2 and 3, okay, right.
Yeah, we use both of them because one gives a nutty kind of flavour and the other gives a more kind of coffee chocolatey flavour. So I use both of them because I like both of them, and yeah, that's
nice. And did you use them in equal measure or kind of different ratio?
Yeah.
Or
equal measure, about 20 about a bag of each. But the flaked oats as well give a nice texture to it, kind of creamy mouthfeel. There's plenty of flavour in it, and a bit of bitterness.
It's exceptional, absolutely. I'd say, yeah. I think it's probably clear, even throughout like the chats today, my love of the darker beers, love of the maltier beers. Yeah, absolutely savage stuff like the St. Mel's Brown. That absolutely gorgeous. We can see here, yeah, Dara.
What a brown ale as well. We had Liam was talking about brown ales. We had the Farmer's Tan brown ale, which was kind of bordering on a porter. It was that dark, but yeah, they're a nice style of beer, but I think they're underappreciated in the mainstream. But yeah, they have a bit of a stigma, unfortunately. But yeah, they're a favourite of mine as well.
Yeah, well, hopefully we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence of them after the Ballykilcavan one.
Just don't mention Newcastle Brown Ale.
What's that?
Just don't mention Newcastle Brown Ale.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Ballykilcavan one, obviously St. Mel's is amazing. I know Yellow Belly released one as well. I think Doc Brown was it recently enough as well. So maybe we might see them slowly coming back into the mainstream, hopefully. Yeah, so Ken is saying lovely and malty. The wife loves it. Yeah, so like it is. It's my wife absolutely loves it as well. A little side story on this beer. When I launched the craft beer community's kind of social feeds, it was from Dead Centre. My wife was going in shopping one day, and her family's from outside Athlone, and I hopped in and I just went to Dead Centre as you do when shopping is happening. And just had a few beers, and I had kind of like a Sham Mats there and stuff, but I had a pint of that. And she came in after, just as I was finishing it, and I gave her a taste, and she was like, oh my God, that is stunning. So the two of us had to stay and have another one. Like, it's a beautiful beer, absolutely beautiful.
Excellent, thanks a million. No, that's good to hear, because it's probably not a big seller. I mean, porters and stouts, they're seasonal, I suppose, and they're more of an acquired taste, I suppose. But yeah, people that like it really like it, and you can easily sit down, even though it's 5%. You can easily sit down and have 4 or 5 of them, and it's not that heavy. It's quite light for a kind of dark beer. It's very easy to drink. So the hops that are in it, I suppose, we use Magnum for bittering, and we use a bit of First Gold as well, which gives a nice kind of earthy kind of balance to it. But it's very simple beer, really,
Yeah. So let's have a chat about how you're doing at the moment. Your traditional model, would you have been predominantly going into cans and bottles, or was on trade a lot of it as well, or how are you faring?
We were probably about 50-50 as regards draft and package. So yeah, big hit when the pubs closed, and we just recently, last year, 2019, actually late 2018, we started exporting to France and Russia. We had a customer in France who was taking kegs, taking a nice amount of kegs every few months, maybe 150, and then we had a customer in Russia. They're still ordering, but yes, we've lost that. So it's tough going, but you have to find new ways. And the beer cloud has been brilliant, in fairness. and we won't make back everything we lost through the taps, but we're making back. We're selling more package now than we ever have done. You know, it's not going to get back all the tap beer, but you know, it's a help, and so it's tough. You know, I suppose so we're lucky in that way that we and the supermarkets we do nice with Super Value and O'Brien's and Lidl and locally, so they're all up. You know, it's all increased. So
yeah,
we're grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Then, kind of looking down the line, have you plans for any new beers coming out or anything in the pipeline in that sense?
See, the problem, I'd love to be bringing out new beers, but we're kind of limited. You can see our tanks. We have 3 2,000-litre tanks and one double, 40 hect. And now, when we were doing beers in the keg, it was easy. It was easy to brew it, put it in the keg. Now it's all going to package, and we're depending on our contract bottlers and contract canners. They're getting busier all the time now. So production is slowed down, even though we needed to speed up to get the beers out, because we've seven products now that we brew regularly, and it's probably too many. We might need to look at it, but cans are getting very popular, especially now. They're just easier to transport, lighter, all that sustainability, and they're just getting they're getting more popular and trendy. So it's difficult to plan at the moment. You know, it's hard to know what to do.
Yeah, of course.
So it's all a bit up in the air, but now that kind of the news last night, at least there's a roadmap now that people can start planning, and you know, so hopefully we start opening up a bit more, and we can get back to normal. But yeah, we're lucky, I suppose. You know.
Yeah. I'll ask our lovely audience here if there's anything that they'd like to see or any questions in general, but any beers you might like to see coming out of 12 Acres. While we're doing that, Paddy, I'm going to go to the horrible question that I've been asking everyone is, what was the beer or the beers that got you into the brewing industry? What was that light bulb moment or that turning point?
Well, I was always kind of into beers, and like, you know, from college, I'd be always picking out different beers. But I was traveling. We were traveling. Myself and my wife went traveling in 2009, and we were in Vietnam, and we were drinking this fresh beer called Beer de Hoy, which is a beer of the day, and it was just a local beer. The guy was delivered on a keg back of a scooter to this little pub. We're all sitting on the little stools outside, and I remember it was 20 cents a glass, but it was really fresh. And that just hit home. And then we went traveling, and then everywhere we're going, we're looking for the local beers. And then we went to Australia, South America, and just seeking out everything. And then when we got back, then that's when we really started getting into it. Like, probably know one beer, but I remember that was kind of I never get that drinking in Vietnam or enjoying it. But yeah, then when I got home, I was looking up all the craft beers, you know, the Sierra Nevadas and Founders and Brewdog and all that. You know, that's really when it all kicked off.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the comments here. I think that there's a few shout outs for a leash collaboration with yourselves and Ballykilcavan.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's good. We actually had the lads on recently enough for a beer tasting, which is really good. They're David and Joe. They're both very good heads.
Yeah, good guys.
Yeah,
that's not a bad idea. Might give them a shout. We could. The lads used their own malt and barley as well, so we could definitely do something interesting there. You know.
Actually, it could be cool. You both brought like 50% of your grain bill together, or whatever might work. Your own barley. Yeah, that could be interesting. Yeah. Connor's saying Bia de Hoy or Bia Hoy is class. Laurie saying maybe another collaboration with Dot.
That means look, Shane did these. You mightn't know, but in his other life, he's a graphic designer. You know, he does all his own can designs. I might probably you won't mind me saying, but he did the designs for these as well.
Okay,
so,
cool.
We like them. They're pretty cool.
Very good. We had Shane, Peter, and Mikey on last week, I think, doing it like a 3-beer tasting, and he's just, they're all great heads, but he's just such an interesting guy. Like he's absolutely incredible, and a genius as well, as everyone is well knows. Yeah. Ruben is saying, do a collab with Wicklow Wolf. You supply them all, they supply the hops.
Could do, yeah. Or Cool On as well. White Gypsy, he's grown his own hops. That's something we have grown. Grown hops here at a small scale, kind of in the back garden job. We did some small batch wet hop beers. Didn't come out quite as we hoped. So, we'd love to do some local hops. Then I know Wicklow Wolf do the Lovacore, which is all Irish, and it's a great concept. The problem with hops in Ireland is, the weather, obviously, but there's commercially, there's no one really doing it at any commercial scale because it's such a low yielding crop that you need huge acreage and the risks are huge. And then the main thing is drying the hops. That's why people do wet hop beers, because it's very energy intensive to dry them, same as malting. But so it's a tricky business. Hopefully it'll come back. That's one thing that Guinness did. They wiped out all the hop farmers when they just decided to source their hops in the UK and Holland instead, or Europe instead. So hopefully they won't do it to the malt and barley farmers, but it could happen too.
Yeah, that's it. Nathan is saying, White Gypsy collaboration would be great. A lot of love for the collaborations here.
It's good marketing. You get together with another brewery and you open yourselves up to their fans, and vice versa. So it's brilliant. I'd love to do more of it. It's just it's all about timing, I suppose. And
This is probably a stupid question, but the winter is coming. Do you do that on nitro as well?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
Any plans to?
Yeah, it's a good idea. We need a lot of taps. I'd love to. We've never done a nitro stout, because I suppose putting it in a bottle, or a can, it's not simple. So we'd need to sell a lot of beer on tap. But it's something we would. Hopefully when the pubs open up again, we might look at it,
sorry, I'm purely thinking pub based. Yeah, so it's probably quite a.
No, it will be nice. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, nitro. Definitely. Yeah, good idea.
That's it probably will nearly be winter again. Oh, that sounds very doom and gloom. It'll be August. It's fine. Porg is saying pub ? Yeah, what's that?
Anti-nitro. Somebody is anti-nitro.
Oh yeah, he said it earlier. Who was that again? David. Yeah, David Gray.
Nitro. I like nitro. White Gypsy actually have a lovely nitro. Their nitro red, ruby red is probably their biggest seller on draft. That's a gorgeous beer. There's definitely a market for a good nitro red. In Ireland, I think. Yeah.
I love the O'Hara's one whenever you can find it. Red nitro is brilliant, and I'm a big fan of the Porterhouse red as well. I think that's gorgeous.
Yeah,
but, they're few and far between.
Works well.
Yeah, hard to find. Jazz, amen to nitro red.
There was a Scottish one, kind of. I don't know. I think C&C were selling it, or someone. The Scottish one that used to be in a mainstream. It wasn't bad. Does anyone know the name of that one? No, can't think of it.
Scottish one. Everyone's loving the nitro reds anyway. Oh no, Brian, nitro red's too bitter. Oh no. I guess. Yeah. I'm trying to think now. Is there, or what the Scottish one is? I don't know.
Yeah, I can't think of it. But
6 beers in at this stage.
We'd like to get a bit more innovative and look at new styles and. Shamat, yes. I don't think it's nitro, but it's a good red, amber. But we'd like to do some new beers. We'd like to try our hand at a good sour or Berliner Weiss, something like that, So it's just tank space, and innovation is going to be key for people, But
yeah. I see. Dorothy saying Porterhouse Red is it's OG and all-time fave for her, and a sour, yes please. Yes to sour, says Jared. Tommy Hannison, Bellhaven.
No, I can't think of it.
I've seen the can for Red Scottish Bellhaven, the Scottish Nitro. That's it.
I can't think of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a nice style.
Yeah. I'm thinking, is there? We talked about the beers in Dublin. You said Malloy's and
Malloy's recently got listed in Malloy's. O'Brien's Wines and Super Values, and some independents, I'm sure. Can't think. So hopefully we'll be getting more distribution now, because we're putting a bit more effort into package sales. So we'll be out on the road a bit more. And so the beer cloud, of course, delivered to your door. But
that's it.
That's
it. I'm thinking, unless we have any more questions, guys, we might wrap it up there. On part because I'm absolutely bursting to go to the bathroom, so that might be a factor in it. Steve,
no bother.
Oh yeah, Steve is actually saying not a massive fan of Reds, but O'Sullivan's is a decent one.
Sullivan's is nice.
Yeah, that's a great red actually. A big fan.
Solid.
Yeah, but yeah, so we might go into break time, or Steve's asking what else is in the pipeline. Again, I know it's hard for you at the moment. You're saying it's difficult to plan.
I don't know. Yeah, this is the far side. This is our New England IPA. It's hazy IPA. This is a big hit. We've only did a couple of batches of it, but we're doing it again now this month, and it's a proper New England style IPA, and it was a big hit. So keep an eye out for that. That'll be back up on the beer cloud, and the other two cans, the Pallet Jack and Make Hay, they'll be available next week. So they're very popular, our can range, and we'll be bringing out this in can as well. So keep your eye out for that.
Yeah.
That's all for the moment. We don't have anything. We don't have any new recipes ready to go yet, but we're busy with all this.
Yeah.
For the moment.
That's it. It's like the lads know I want to go to the bathroom, so they're torturing me with questions now. Any chance of a dunkel?
Maybe I did a nice Schwarzbier on the small pilot brew. We had a couple of festivals, and it was nice. I love a Schwarzbier, lovely beer. So maybe why not? Why not? Indeed.
Exactly. Yeah.
But no, listen. Thanks a million. Fair play, Brian. This is a great idea, and thanks to everyone for buying the box from Beer Cloud, and keep supporting Irish craft beer, because if consumer doesn't, well then, we're goosed altogether. So thanks to everybody, and cheers for buying local Irish beer. Yeah, brilliant. And just on that, Paddy, thank you so much for getting involved. And everyone was just so receptive to it and willing to get involved, and it's been amazing. So thank you for being so open to it, and jumping on. So good. Thanks very much. Okay, yeah, so welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us. So we have Sean and Andrew coming up next from Wide Street. So, Carla?
That's it, yeah.
Sorry, Carla. Carla as well. Thank you all for coming on. And why don't we get started, Sean? So, actually, do you want to have a quick introduction to yourselves first, and then we'll crack into the mill pills? Yeah, no worries. I suppose what we do is probably a hell of a lot different to every other brewery in Ireland, whereas we just use Brettanomyces, Saison yeast, and everything that dries stuff out and makes it totally... Andrew.
Sorry, say again?
Just weird seeing Andrew popping up on the thing there, sorry. No, but our whole style of brewing is, and it's more fermentation based, and
the actual brewing process. Our brewing process is fairly simple, but it's our fermentation process that's the thing that I think sets us apart from everybody else, where we use Brettanomyces yeast and Saison yeast and all the diastaticus and things that people are afraid of to use in their breweries. We kind of embraced it and took it into our brewery and we made it our own. And we tried to tailor styles to the yeast that we use, if you know what I mean.
Brilliant. Okay, great. So I suppose we'll crack straight into the middle pills then. While we're all pouring, or some of us have probably already poured, why don't you give us a quick overview of the beer and tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, the malt crust is fairly simple. Just I think it was 96% Chateau pills, Belgian pills, and 3 Cara pills. And it's the fermentation process is where we kind of change it up a little bit. So we fermented it like a normal with 3470 at 12 degrees. We left it there for about 8 to 12 weeks. And then we kind of ramped it up slightly from 12 degrees to 18 degrees. But when it got to 18 degrees, we did something slightly different with it. We dry hopped it like an IPA with kind of old school, the earthy German, European hops, Hallertau, Hersbrucker, and it's actually a German Saaz.
Okay,
But,
nice.
Yeah, I only realized afterwards that lads were saying what we were trying to do was make an Italian style pilsner. It's something that kicked off. I think it's Birrifico Italiano have a tipo pills, and I drank that when I was in Parma last year. I was like, I need to fucking replicate something like this. This thing is like a pilsner on steroids or something. But somebody said to me afterwards, I seen there that you put down 12 grams per liter for dry hopping. It's like, that's IPA level dry hopping. I was like, yeah, well, that's the whole point of the Italian style pilsner, isn't it? Your mom was like, no, it's supposed to be like 2 grams per liter. You fucking
destroyed it.
went totally overboard on this thing. So it has gone totally over. But there is, and lads were talking earlier on about different yeasts that were used. Some people were using 2, some people are using 3. There's 3 yeasts using this one. It's the 3470, and then we took it up to 18, dry hopped it. When it was at 18, we added all those fucking hops, and then it actually started re-fermenting by itself with the hops, like it's hop creep or whatever. And then we added some Saison yeast, and we took it down, so it's kind of dried out. Final gravity is really low, so the body on it is kind of light. But I think it's more lager characteristics than Saison characteristics. But if you got all that yeast, for me, I pour like a hero.
So what was the I know you said that the tipo pills, I had it myself last summer when I was over in Italy at the Savage Beer. So that was kind of the inspiration behind it, was it?
Yeah.
And were you thinking of looking at kind of summertime for us now and a good time to kind of release it? Yeah.
And this is actually the first time we usually make about 850 liters per batch in around. And this time we said, I said to myself, I'm brewing this beer because I want to have this in our local bar all summer. So I'm putting half of this into kegs, and all those kegs are going into that local bar that I drink, because I'll probably drink them all myself. I know. But it was designed for kegs.
Yeah.
No, we're tipping through kegs here in the brewery at the minute, so it's not too bad as well.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but only half the batch went to the cans. And then coronavirus kind of hit in around the same time, and then we realized, shit, we actually need a hell of a lot more cans than we do kegs. But we have a canning machine here ourselves. We can everything by hand, and everything is can conditioned, which I think we're the first people in Ireland to do that shit. Not that it's being the first people in Ireland to do that is anything special or anything, but can conditioning is something new as well. Works the same way as bottle conditioning, like same as lads do. Same process. It's just that if you're trying to make a crystal clear pilsner, it's
you're probably going to kick up some yeast if you pour the whole lot in.
Yeah. And like, so your brewery style, like behind everything, it's obviously it's probably a first for Ireland, I believe. You're the only kind of brewery kind of Brett focused or wild fermentation focused. What's the reception been like to that? What in general, what's the reception been like? Because I think
for the local market, like a lot of people don't realize the difference between clean fermentation and wild fermentation. So people just see it as beer. So if we have 3 taps in our local bar, and he'll put on a sour. Some lads like sour beer. A lot of old men and actually really like sour beer. We mix it between the Britannia stuff, the sour stuff. We never had a kind of a conventional beer that went on tap, like not a Pilsner or an IPA or anything. So it's
so surprisingly, the local reception has been quite good, which we weren't sure about. But actually locally, it's actually the story that there's a recent article in Ferment magazine focusing on that, how kind of sour beers and mixed ferment beers were so popular in rural Ireland, small town village. Like an old man would order a pint of the tart stuff, the article was called. So it was pretty kind of nice story, the way it was depicted.
Yeah, but it's like older people are not coming in looking for an IPA in the first place, or they're not looking for a particular style. I think most people are looking for a pint. You give them a pint, and sometimes a sour beer will resonate with them. A lot of people call the sour beers, they're just like, they like them, but it's hard. They don't know how to describe them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But they keep bringing pints to them, so.
Just on that, I remember the very first time I tried a sour beer was in the Salt House in Galway, and I remember, I think it was the next morning after a night out. Actually, I went in and they had one. What was it called? Tartine, I think, maybe something along those lines. And your man behind the bar just hands to me and has a sip of that, and I wasn't expecting anything. Like I nearly spat it back all over him. Like I just thought it was so wrong. Like I don't know what's going on here, but it's one of my favorite styles now. Easy, like the savage beers, absolutely savage.
Yeah, it's not a style you're going to sit down and tuck into 10 cans of, like. But a lot of people find it refreshing. And like people can, what I was saying earlier, it's like people can relate to oranges, but there's sour oranges and sweet. And people kind of think sweet is sour sometimes. It's like, I like that beer was too sweet for me.
So what's no bread in this, and what?
No bread in this one. And we actually use a third yeast to re-ferment in the can. So there's 3 yeasts in this one. First one is 3470. The second one is in the US. Our third strain, CBC, I think it's called. I wanted to use the champagne strain to re-ferment in a can, but I couldn't find any at the time. So
what's the IBU? Do you know?
Amazing. So what are the IBUs for it?
IBUs, I was aiming for 40, but I couldn't measure accurately. I don't have an IBU measurement tool, but I aimed for 40. I wanted to make a bitter beer.
Okay, nice. I see Connor is saying this is a lovely beer, accentuated with a full stop after every word. So I think he means it.
Thanks, Connor.
Keelan saying this beer is a bit mad, but it works so well. I think that might sum you up pretty well as a brewery and probably a person, Sean.
Our whole like every time I make a beer, I think, okay, this thing sounds a little bit fucked up. I want to make that and try and make it as fucked up as possible. It's not. Every time we do something, and I say it to Carla, I haven't made the same thing twice since I started even home brewing fucking 7 or 8 years ago. And I have not tried to replicate something or recreate something, but Mill Pills is there's only about 2 boxes here left in the brewery, and we have to make this again.
Yeah.
Look, I'm kind of loving it, maybe because it's not sour.
Do you want to say something about the label?
The label as well. If you ever drove through Ballyman,
if you have the can.
If you stood on the bridge in Ballyman, you can see down into the mill.
I can't
Well,
say I
it's
have.
an accurate replication of the mill in Ballymahan. I don't know how your man did it with our artist. I asked him I wanted to call it Mill Pills. It's a kind of a double connotation. It's like lads in Ballymahan, they'd be billing pints, but also we have the mill there as well. So it's like I wanted to tie the two things together.
Nice. Actually, on that, on your artwork, I think on Instagram a few weeks back you said what local landmark would you like to see on our next cans?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I said the Nace Ball, and you never got back to me. So I'm waiting to see the Nace Ball on it. That's my local landmark. So
True. Yeah, we could have phrased it better.
better see it soon. So yeah, just look at the comments. Yeah, people, perfect for a summer day. Loving the funk. Fair play, guys. Lovely beer. Connor Burns sells pills. Lovely sun. Yeah.
Workout. Good call. Who's that? Garage. Garage is probably old school Ballyman, or if he's looking for the workouts on the label.
The workhouse, yeah. I think Garage was very familiar with the St. Mel's lads earlier as well, so I assume he's a Longford local.
I see.
I don't know, it might not be right to put the workhouse on the label, that's it.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe the pump house garage.
So yeah, Steve says he really likes this Keller Pills. He's saying, is that a reference to Lost and Grounded maybe?
Also one of my favorite beers is Keller Pills from Lost and Grounded.
Yeah,
it's an amazing beer, and it's unfortunate that the thing is not imported into Ireland. But at the minute, it's good that everybody has their Irish option, like so. But Keller Pills from fucking Lost and Grounded is savage.
I've still never tried it myself, so I'll have to hunt it down. I've seen a lot of love for it. Yeah, I'll try my best to get it.
There's no harm. There's no harm in having a bit of haze in your Pilsner, like so.
Yeah, can we ask some of the participant there, what's their favorite pills? Like, what do they pick up when they just want just like your normal pills?
An Irish craft pill?
Yeah, anything. Irish or whatever they find. Yeah, it'd be cool to get some messages there, so pop it
in. Just while they're furiously typing at the moment, Steve is saying, yeah, slightly hazy, rough around the edges in an honest way. And you got a case of the Lost and Grounded stuff. Can they deliver to the south? Maybe if not using Northern Ireland dressing forward on, yeah.
I checked out their website and they're not able to deliver to Ireland, but they can use Northern Ireland. So if Steve sends me a message, I want to buy some stuff, send it to Steve's house, and then Steve can drive it down to the Longford.
Yeah. I know Wayne. Janice is with us today. I know Wayne is a huge fan of the Lost and Grounded Keller Pills. I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's saying won't deliver. I think they went to some extreme lengths. Well, maybe not extreme lengths, but lengths to get some delivered recently. So, yeah.
That's a serious good.
So let's see now. There's an utterly crushable watermelon pills out of New Zealand by Grifter. Okay, Kerry, that sounds interesting. Irish or German? Dorothy's saying it's difficult because the German ones are very traditional, and the Irish ones sometimes add something great to enhance the flavour.
We love the German ones too, like.
No, I'm susceptible to buying. No, I won't.
But
sorry, I think I lost you there for a second. I'm back. So Steve, the Keller Pills is very Germanic. This is definitely has a sense of place. Kerry's talking about the New Zealand Grifter one. It does sound amazing. I actually would love to try that. Tom
Kildare actually have a couple of ones as well. Yeah, it's a good call by Thomas.
Yeah, this is good. You're getting a lot of love as usual. It's great stuff. Really, really is.
Yeah, it's totally different, I suppose, in fermentation.
Yeah.
We always try to do something fucked up in fermentation.
Well,
that's why I opened a brewery.
Yeah.
Tanks. You see the tanks behind us?
Yeah.
Like Creic's, they were designed for wineries, so they're ex-wine tanks. There's no kind of closed fermentation. Everything is open. Everything is wild and loose. We're under no constrictions. We can ferment how and why we want. So
nice. Well, it's working anyway. Absolutely. So Dara's saying mini cool ships. Yeah.
Yeah, we have our local, the guy who designed that sign in the background. He's an excellent craftsman for stainless steel, and we gave him the dimensions for the cool ship. Unfortunately, we won't be able to use it this year, but we have to wait for the weather to get down to like -1 again. So it'll be next winter by the time we have our own cool ship. But in the meantime, and I can give you some breaking news, exclusive. These 3 barrels were just cleaned today, and we're doing a collaboration with Land and Labour, barrel age collab.
Nice. Very nice.
Tom Delaney dropped up those 3 barrels, and he gave us a portion of the yeast from his puncheons and cold ships, and we're going to fire that up this week.
I can see a lot of excited smiles and faces in the in the windows here.
I don't think Tom is going to want it in a can.
Yeah. Shockingly. So what barrels were we looking at, or were we looking at?
I can tell you where they originated. I can't tell you what they were used for, or we're kind of under lockdown on information as well on that one, unfortunately. They started in California, I think, in a winery. Okay,
right. That's the worst tease ever. It's like exclusive, but then actually not really. We're not going to tell you anything.
It's not the barrels that matter; it's the beer that comes out of them.
Yeah, true. So Garrett is asking, does that mean each beer really is its own thing? So you can't actually repeat them. So
I haven't repeated a single beer in my whole life. So
okay, so sorry. Will we have like, so say Mill Pills version 2, version 3 then? Okay,
no, it'll be Mill Pills. Hopefully this is one I can recreate, but there's tweaks I'd like to make. Maybe not dry hop it like an absolute lunatic the next time. Maybe it doesn't need that many hops. Like when it comes to Middle Pro and Saz, maybe I could tone it down a bit.
Okay, nice.
Obviously, the yeast evolve every time, so maybe that might be interesting to explain a bit what happened to the yeast every time we use it. So yeah, it'd be always a different characteristic.
Yeah. When you're using Brettanomyces, you can't. Let's say the first time we brewed our Brett Saison, the first one a year ago, it's nearly a year ago today since we brewed our first beer. But we kept on reusing that exact same pitch of Saison and Brettanomyces blends. And it started off as 2 different Saison blends and maybe 7 to 8 different Brettanomyces blends. But that blend kind of shifted, it started off as a Saison, but then it went more Brettanomyces. So most of the stuff, even the Brettanomyces, say the Brett Citra Pale Ale, that was nearly all Brettanomyces doing the work on that Brett Citra, even though we hopped it like an IPA for the Citra. I don't know if anybody had that one, but it's we need a re-up from Bootleg Biology to get the Brett Saisons back up and running again as well. But we make every style using the same fucked up yeast.
Just saying, Brian.
Actually, we tried to rebrew Saison Sunday. So what you're drinking with Down to Earth is the rebrew of Saison Sunday, how the yeast is now.
Okay, right.
Something different.
Nice. So it's turned into version 2 of that, but essentially an entirely different beer.
Yeah, we introduced a lot of lacto into our brewery, 5 or 6 different strains over the sours. We had 1 tank dedicated to sours. And then we just kept reusing the yeasts and blending them in together and using them in different styles. So,
okay, brilliant.
The kind of end goal was to have 1 single yeast kind of pile that makes every beer style, if you know what I mean. And then if you want to make an IPA, then the bitterness should override the sourness.
Okay, so you're creating your own strain from all the different beers and combining that yeast together. Okay, cool. Very nice.
And we also harvest our own yeast from the local forest as well.
Okay, wow, Jesus.
Bioprospecting. People don't like that word for some reason.
Don't like what?
Bioprospecting.
Okay, right.
Go to the forest, harvest yeast from a leaf, grow it up, cells multiply, make beer from it too. Like, we have it banked with Wicklow Hops Company down in Wicklow, and Bootleg Biology in Tennessee have it as well.
Amazing. That's absolutely class. So Brian is saying go on the Ross Craic collab. Nathan is saying don't tone it down with the pills when you're saying I think about the dry hop and the pills is perfect. Yeah. Paddy's asking where are White Street available in the southeast area?
Yeah, sorry, Paddy, I didn't realise. Obviously, you're in Portlaoise. I used to live in Kilkenny. I know the area quite well, so it breaks my heart not to have anything down there. And I'm mad to. Portlaoise and Kilkenny obviously would be the main choice there. The closest to you would be Tullamore, carry out Tullamore. And then soon enough, hopefully, we will be able to get it, I suppose, I think very soon, hopefully, in Kilkenny, yeah. I mean, it used to be my old stomping ground, so yeah, I kind of wanted to.
Yeah, I'm just going down through the comments here, and I think it's time to go on to Down to Earth, but I see Nikki's comment as well. And again, disclaimer, do not open this over any sort of laptop or technological device.
Mandel would care.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's cold and don't fucking shake it around. It's a wild beer.
Janice said it there. Not cold enough for us.
Yeah.
Here you go. Steve, sorry.
Steve knows the crack. Follow Steve's advice there.
Yeah, Nicky, not cold enough, yeah. So, right, let's move on to Down to Earth. I'm going to open it.
Will I get one?
Hang on, yeah, give me one. Yeah, we're tinkering with our can conditioning process as well to try and not have that fucking ugliness in it like that.
I just opened, not a bother at me. Straight out of the fridge.
Hey.
Yeah. Right, let's get
if anything happens on this one. Sorry.
Okay, so we're on beer 8 of the day. So this is is it 8? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so palate cleanser time. Yeah. Oh, a nice mug.
Isn't a workout? No way I'm drinking out of that.
Okay, right. So let me go back. Well, hang on. Let me stop my dogs barking first. Let me go back up the comments. So the Down to Earth exploded. Yes, bring it to Portlaoise. Not cold enough. I'm really enjoying Down to Earth. Sean, any pedio in this?
No. One thing we haven't introduced into the brewery as of yet is pediococcus. I didn't want it in the stainless tanks. So everything is Brettanomyces, Lactobacillus, various saison strains, and various ale strains at this stage as well. Like we keep on adding fresh bits and pieces every time we brew.
Okay, nice. So why don't you take us through the beer then?
Yeah, this one was supposed to be the rebrew of Saison Sunday. Can you see the difference?
So okay, right. Yeah. That's all we're getting.
What happened was the strains evolved so much by the time I got to rebrew it that we couldn't call it the exact same beer again.
Okay, nice.
We went down the sour route, but there is a little bit of oxidization coming into it as well, which is interacting with the Brettanomyces to give it a little bit of Acetobacter, which you might find in some lambics. Not as complex as a lambic without the pediococcus, but
okay, nice.
Still a fucked up twist on a sour beer that you're not going to. There's stuff in there that you're not going to get from kettle sours.
Yeah,
this will be lovely, like in barrels. Obviously, what are you doing?
Sorry, customer there.
Customer. never apologize for a customer coming in. Porg is saying, yeah, my Down to Earth opened grand. It tasted even better. Never had anything like it. No problem opening. Nikki says the mess was worth it. This is amazing.
Some people are going to get it. Keep it cold, lads.
Yeah. Pilsner, Kel, Glass, Sean, question mark from Dara.
It is.
Yeah.
And he thought it was a good idea to bring down all his leftover glimmers down to the brewery here because we had a big session at Christmas, so we needed all the glimmers.
Nice.
We call it glimmers, they're glasses in London. Tino, no, Craic. See Tino fucking laying back.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of love here in the comments. She's like, I actually can't even keep up with them here. Sour hit me in the face when I opened the can. Simon said he wouldn't be a huge fan of sours, but really like this. Interesting. There's rye and oats, but no wheat, says Steve.
Yeah.
This time, but just purely because we were trying to replicate the saison again, and the yeast took it in a different direction. Usually we will, when we're brewing the collab with Land and Labour next week, Tom is bringing up a shit ton of wheat, so unmalted wheat. So there'll be plenty of pictures online for that.
Yeah. Nathan, your first sour beer, very unique taste. Yeah, so
first sour beer. How the fuck is that going down?
It won't be the last anyway. That's as my story I told you from the Salt House. The first sour I had there nearly spat back in his face, but now I'm obsessed. So yeah.
If you get used to them, they can be refreshing. I mean, you're not going to sit down and have 10 pints of them, but there is a kind of a refreshing element to them as well.
Absolutely. Especially summertime. So sorry, trying to catch up here. So well balanced. One of the nicest sours I've tried in a while, says Jer. Nice Class Sean. Nothing like any other sour, like a smack to the face. Thomas is asking, so it says on the can you can age it. So how long would you recommend?
I think with Brettanomyces in it, you can age it as long as you want. And the longer you leave it, maybe the better it's going to get. We try to leave it, what we do is, and it's bad for business, we try to leave all our beers for about 6 months in the tank before we package them. We only have 4 tanks. Now we're realizing that, hang on now, we have to pay some bills, so maybe it's better to age them in cans as well. Like.
Yeah, true.
No, but with Brettanomyces in them, everything is live as well. Like, we don't. Okay, if you use the champagne yeast, I think it's called the killer yeast, so it might neutralize some of the yeast that are in the thing when it's re-fermenting in the can. But you can age them as long as you want. Like. We put down 12 months on the can because the cans are rated for 12 months.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I'd put down 24 years on them if I could. Like.
No, I mean, 3-4 years would be nice too. They would have stayed in barrels if
as long as you put it in the fridge for a few hours before you open
it. Steve is asking, why no wheat?
Why not? Yeah. Did you ask that one already?
No, we mentioned it, alluded to it, but he's asking why no wheat.
Yeah. Just for this recipe. I don't focus on wheat and unmalted wheat. I know a lot of people do to try and add some complexity to it, but we weren't barrel aging. We were doing it in stainless, and I just I make up recipes as I go along and fucking do what I want. Like so. But we will be using a lot of wheat when Tom comes in next week. Tom won't be coming in actually. We're doing it over Zoom collab.
Yeah.
So we'll have a lot of unmalted wheat coming in next week.
Yeah. So
but there is a lot of wheat in most of our beers. Just this one, not. But it's a fair question.
Nice. So just looking forward now. I know you've got the collab with Tom coming up, but what else is in the pipeline? What's if you're in the tank for 6 months in the tank? What's in there?
At the minute, tank 1. If I look around. We only filled it yesterday. Oh, no, we didn't. We took something out of it yesterday, so it's empty. No, tank 1 has an IPA. We brewed our first clean IPA. So the plan was our local bar, Skelly's, I brewed like test batches, say 60 litres of, we call it a Cashmere IPA, and Will from Lochran, he always recommends good shit, like when it comes to hops and stuff. So he recommended use this Cashmere, see what you think. So we use the Cashmere, we call it Cashmere IPA, but I only brewed maybe 60 litres at a time. So you're getting 2 30-litre key kegs from at a time. And they were gone in like 2 days, 3 days. So we're like, we need to fucking just, lads actually like IPA, surprise. So we said we'd brew 1 full batch of that, but we kegged the whole lot. So we bought the ingredients, and we have all the ingredients here. We had the hops, we had the malt, and then pubs were shut down.
So then we're thinking, what the fuck do we do with all the hops and the malt and the kegs? We were kind of debating whether to can it or keg it or just fucking. You can't keg it. You have to. It needs to be drank fresh, like. So we went ahead and brewed it. We kept the ingredients and we left it for a long time. And everybody said, just brew it, just fucking put it in cans. So we're gonna put it in cans, and it's gonna be our first kind of non-fucked up beer, if you want to call it a non-fucked up beer.
A clean beer, yeah.
How did you ensure it was a clean beer?
There's a question there, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, caustic and peracetic acid does a amount of cleaning and everything. So, and we test everything as well. I have a microscope here and kind of a small mini lab, and I can analyze stuff. I can see if there's Brettanomyces in the yeast strains or lactobacillus. I analyze it with microscope.
So if you're very thorough, you could completely, you can avoid cross-contamination. It's very possible.
Yeah, well, any brewer knows the crack with the cleaning process. Like, we use harsh chemicals, but everything we use is stainless. Like, we try to make sure that there's no soft parts, if you know what I mean.
There's a nice question there as well about our yeast strains.
Yeah, we do analyze our yeast strains. We have our own microscope, and we look at them under the microscope, and we prop them up ourselves that we got from the local forest.
See Ken's comments.
Sorry. It's your job. Oh. There's a nice comment there. Really comment.
Yeah, I'll read it if you want.
Go on.
Listening to Sean university maths lecture after failing my junior cert.
Who's Ken? Is it Ken? Yeah. Show your face, Ken.
All right, lads. I failed my fucking maths lecture at junior cert too. Like. No, but if you go onto the Bootleg Biology website, they actually train you in how to capture yeast, how to analyze yeast, how to talk about yeast and grow it up. And
you can buy it also online, can't you? So it's a good pitch for our friend Jeff there in Bootleg Biology. You can order yeast online from Nashville. For any home brewers, I think it's cool to that's how we started.
There's a lot of people out there worrying about where they're going to get the yeast for making their bread and stuff. Yeast is on everything. There's yeast on every single thing. If you can just capture it, grow it up, then you have your own yeast strain as well, guys. Then you have your own sense of place.
Brilliant. Yeah, I see. Are you looking at Steve's comment there?
Yeah.
Bootleg Biology and Milk the Funk Essential Reading.
Oh yeah, here we go.
A little bit higher. Brilliant.
Milk the funk, lads. Always milk the funk.
Check the wiki.
But check the wiki, yeah.
Brilliant. Let me see now. Brian is saying, can we get an exclusive Zoom for the collab with yourself and Land and Labour? I think he's talking about.
Live, yeah.
We can do. I'll run it by Tom. Tom is a kind of Tom knows a million more times about brewing than I do, and how to make these kind of wild and spontaneous beers. So I go off him. Say, what do we need, Tom? How do I do it? We're going to brew it here and put it in barrels here and keep it here. But I'm soaking up his knowledge in the meantime. Like, so he's the wizard. What's an apprentice wizard? Is there a name for that?
That's we'll ask everyone in the audience. I don't know. I don't know.
Good idea. Anyway, we'll keep it in mind. Obviously, we can do a little
Frodo.
Frodo.
A nerd. Nerd will do as well. Yeah.
Nerd will do you.
Brilliant. Okay, so I'm looking at. I'm thinking that this could get completely out of control. But what do people think that White Street should brew next? I'm gonna put it out there. I know you've got your clean IPA coming down the line, Sean, but this is we'll see what people think, what they'd like to see coming out. We might get I don't know, a wild fermentation double brown dry hopped with Freddo bars coming out of this, but we'll see.
We'll get our hands on Italian grapes. My uncle is actually living in Italy at the minute. He's a little bit on lockdown, but he's a good an in for Italian grapes.
Okay, I actually can't even keep up with this chat. Okay, hang on. I'll try and go back up.
Yeah.
Steve is saying-
We're all about beer wine hybrids as well. But the problem we have in Ireland is we can't get
No
our hands
wine,
on the must.
Brett Porter, we do every year a little a little bit of a for the beer house in Galway have a really cool Stout Festival. So when is it on again? In October or November? A really cool event in Galway, and we brew something. We brewed the Brett Stout. Well, it wasn't Brett Stout, but yeah, something to keep on if you're down in Galway in the winter. Obviously I didn't realize. Yeah, all about fun.
Brilliant. So do you see Steve there? Yeah. Dirty soured imperial stout. More funky pill pills. Whatever Sean wants, Brian says. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Brian knows the crack.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he knows the score. Steve, sorry, Steve, I'm not familiar with this. Something like Durham Diabolus. Not familiar.
You know, actually, if you're talking about kind of dark stouts with Britannomyces in them, the best one I ever tasted was Nightmare on Brett from Crooked Stave. Not just because I'm wearing their hoodie or anything, but
yeah. And somebody said Otterbank, of course.
Otterbank, legend too.
Yeah, he does really cool stuff as well. So
Otterbank and Declan from Otterbank and Tom Delaney were probably two of the first brewers to kind of start experimenting and using wild and wonderful yeast. So it kind of paved the way a little bit for us to open it up full time. So
yeah, brilliant. I'll try and catch up here. So Steve is saying he loves a dark sour. Jan is saying exactly what Brian said.
Get your hands on Nightmare on Brett. I'd say what do you call them? Redmond's. Redmond's have a couple of bottles of that. Try that, and then you won't look back.
Nice. Okay, that's gone on the list.
There's also somebody asking about another bank and White Street collab. Could happen.
I know Declan well, so it's in the pipeline too. Declan's only setting up his own thing with Otterbank up in Donegal at the minute too. So once he's fully up and running, I'd say we're allowed to call into people, maybe we can do a collab.
Yeah. I can't actually keep up with the comments here. Phil is saying a Brett Porter. Jeff, chocolate strawberry a la Fruity.
Oh, work well.
Yeah.
Chocolate. No, fruit.
Yeah. Fruity. Thomas saying very few dark sours from Ireland. Yeah, Otterbank made some, but that's it. Gareth says, I don't think we decide, it's whatever comes out of the vessel, which is fair enough.
I don't even know what the fuck I'm making. I'll put it into the tank and then we'll see what happens. That's the way the yeast works. Like.
Yeah.
If you have a guaranteed yeast strain like US05 or New England Ale yeast and you're trying to make an IPA, you know what's going to come out at the other end. But with the stuff that we use and when we keep reusing it and it keeps on shifting itself, you don't know what comes out. So we have to decide what it is then at the end.
Yeah. Sours that are more sour than down to earth. All about the funky, keep it funky.
Yeah.
Phil is saying, have you heard of Deutsch Porter?
No.
No, either have I. So Phil, maybe if you wouldn't mind enlightening us.
Keep Phil on.
Nightmares. Jesus Christ, lads. There's 23 more comments I haven't even got to yet. I knew I was going to open a serious can of worms with that question.
Heaney.
I knew you needed some help. That's why I was kind of
please.
I was like, dipping into it. But yeah, somebody said about an IGA. What is an IGA? Do you know?
You do an IGA? Yeah, I actually don't know.
Indian something.
Green ale.
Green ale?
No, we don't make green ales.
Wow, that is cool.
Nice one.
I get it now.
Well, we were saying earlier on, that's our goal. We want to try and get our hands on some grapes or the must from grapes and try to do a 50-50 blend. Because there's a brewery in Canada called Burdock and they make exceptional beers. But I think they have their own winery on site as well. Like, so it's not as easy as an Irish brewery to get their hands on grapes and wine must and try to blend, but it's something we're absolutely mental to do that. If anybody knows anyone, send us.
Yeah, we know love our beer as well. We kind of really like actually love
Saison de Louvrier.
It's
one of my
favorite beer. Yeah. Kerry Lennon. Yeah.
Yeah,
Choice.
Kerry's asking that.
Yeah.
Steve is asking, are you set up for brewery visits after this all subsides?
Yeah.
Well, no, our doors are always open, so
Yeah.
of course we have to bar people right now, but
yeah,
we let people in for free, and people can have a free pint when they're in here if they want.
that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
No, we're gonna have a busload full in.
The Arsene de Ballyman, I think we're
Yeah.
So obviously the plan is to what?
So Brian said Kindergarten White Gypsy dark sours were deadly. Where can I have the Freddo? Sorry, Adam, either he ate it or didn't get into the box. Let me see.
You're giving up Freddos as well. I didn't get the Freddo.
Yeah, there was Freddo, O'Donnell's crisps, a few beer mats, and a koozie in the box for the first. I think for the first 70 odd people, I think, and then after that, I think they ran out, unfortunately. Jesus, right here, I'm trying to 33 messages I haven't even seen yet.
Top 5 breweries beers to try to educate palates on wild sour beers. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, actually, I had caught up on all the messages. Yeah, that's a great question. Do you want to fire ahead with that?
Yeah, I'd say the ones that got me into sour beer in the first place were the one that got us into making Brettanomyces beers in the first place were Allagash. They had a beer called Little Brett, and it was a hoppy Brettanomyces beer. I was wondering, why is it called Little Brett? Like, what's the Brett thing about? But there was Brettanomyces in it, and it was just a ball of mosaic, and like an IPA, what totally dried out, but there was a little bit of funkiness to it too. So Allagash definitely not for sour, but also for sour.
For me, Crooked Stave for sure, and that's a beer you can get in Ireland. So definitely for sour beers, Crooked Stave would have been a revelation, of course. Anything else? You can
if you go to Belgium, then.
And we have Doherty as well. So I would say definitely try some Berliner Weiss if you're adventurous enough. If you're traveling to Germany or some part of Germany, not everywhere. But that could be a good.
What's the girl from? She has her own brewery. She does the authentic Berliner Weiss. She brews in Berlin.
Yeah, there's kind of.
She uses Brettanomyces in her sours.
Yeah.
Which should make it.
She doesn't export too much, but like stuff that is accessible here. Even some Jester King, we don't find any brewery. Maybe Redmond's would have some brewery 750 ml bottles, but it's hard to find really good sours.
Not though. There's lots of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may have shot yourself in the foot with the whole free pint thing here. I'd see there's plenty of interest there. Phil,
Schnuller.
Schnuller.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, you know her, yeah.
Yeah, she's
got all the festivals we go to.
Yeah.
Authentic Berliner.
I'll check her up, yeah. That's her, actually.
Ulrich, I think.
Ulrika,
yeah. She wears a cowboy hat all the
time. Deutsche Porter is a historic German style of porter that's bottle conditioned with Brett.
That's a new one on me.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's a good idea for a winter beer.
Make it nice and dry before you start reconditioning them with Brettanomyces.
So let me see here. She's blah, 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 blah. Blackrock Cellar has a good selection.
Blackrock is good.
Yeah.
Owen in Blackrock Cellar is actually he's one of the nicest guys in Ireland, one of the best salesmen in Ireland for kind of promoting weird and wonderful beers. So I want to give a shout out to Owen.
Plug, yeah, nice. Steve is saying breaded porters are fab.
I need to give it a go.
Yeah, Snowy Owl. I'm not sure. Do you know that one? That's what Steve is saying.
Yeah, that's the one we were talking about there.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not sure on the pronunciation either. But.
Nice one. Yeah, so I'm looking at the time. We're hitting on 1:15. So again, we're like phenomenally on time with this.
Cool.
I'm not sure if there's any more questions coming through, or if we wanna wrap it up there. I know we've Western Herd coming on next. So Sean and Carla, again, thank you so much for coming. I think that was brilliant. What you're doing is absolutely amazing. I think you see by the reaction, there's some really, really good stuff coming out. And everyone's
thanks a lot for having us on. It kind of what you did is actually it's massive.
Thank you guys. Yeah, I really appreciate the support. And anyone interested in growing their own yeast, wild yeast, just get in touch. Like we just tried it ourselves. Like, so just shoot us a message on social media.
Yeah, we'll help you. We
happy
have
with
all the lab equipment as well. If you want to analyze it before you kind of use it in a beer or something as well, so just send us on a vial or whatever.
I love the way there's Connor here just getting excited in the conversation, and I'd love to know what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to see the chat here as well, and yeah, no, everyone is just like loving it. Again, like it's so great to see people like yourselves just kind of pushing the boat, I guess, and trying something new, and like trying something that probably everyone told you wouldn't work or wouldn't succeed at the start, and it does. It works so well.
Everybody said don't. Definitely.
Yeah. Sorry, Sean. I think I cut out there again. But yeah, I think it was absolutely brilliant. And again, yeah, like thank you so much for doing what you're doing. Really. And yeah, we'll definitely catch up soon. And of course, I know you've been on for a while, so it's great to please feel free to stay on.
We're going to be here for the next two as well. Like.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah. Sure, yeah. we might defer back to you. The chat is still going, actually. So
it's a beer festival. We have to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Steve has asked you what one beer do you really want to make. So I'll let you answer that one in the comments. And,
I really want to prop up our wild yeast and make a proper 100% wild yeast from our own yeast that we took from our local forest, and make it in like 1,000-liter batch instead of 30-liter batches for a proper sense of place.
Brilliant. I can just see comments. Yeah, Thomas saying be buying more down to earth if you can find it. Yeah, great comments coming in. I realize I have to take Western Herd out of the fridge now, so I will be back in 2 to 3 minutes. That's how long it takes me to go to my fridge and back. Nothing else going to happen when I'm gone.
And how big is your house, man? Unmute everybody. We can have a chat when you're away. Like,
yeah, okay.
Unmute yourself, lad.
I'm bursting as well. Every give it.
Yeah, I'll allow people to have a quick chat while I'm gone now, so you can unmute yourselves now, lads.
Yeah, cool. Mind yourself. Thank you guys, for all the comments and the love. Really interesting there.
I just popped in the comment box there. It'd be great if you guys did a collaboration with Black Donkey where you use the same malt bill, same recipe, but use your own local wild yeast strains, them from the cave, whatever they call it, and whatever you guys come up with, and that'll be fun.
We'll have to run it by Richard, we'll be happy with that.
You have to get him off his motorbike now with his 2 kilometre/5 kilometre limit, but yeah.
Somebody's asking where are we based? We're based in Ballymahon, County Longford, so it's basically just 20k outside Mullingar, 20k outside Athlone. If you're ever in Athlone, you could do the 3 breweries. Obviously, you could do Dead Centre, grab a pizza, drive down to us, and obviously Longford, and you can drop into Sentinel as well. So you have 3 breweries there on the path. It could be quite nice. I mean, the Midlands have some sort of a nice attraction,
You maybe get a Taste of Ireland box going, like 12 beers from different regions, and see what the different yeasts are like. There's quite a few breweries now starting to experiment with their local.
There was a project. There was a really cool project. I don't know who. I think they start something in the US about like harvesting yeast, so from each region and banking yeast from each region and each county even. I think it's a US project, and that would be fantastic. Obviously, if you were to maybe then make like an all Ireland yeast project. I know because I work with students in microbiology. I know that they are looking to find like novel variety of yeast. But who was doing this, Sean? Harvesting and banking kind of different variety of yeast. Was it a US project? But yeah,
I know Harvard did like the Radius project with different breweries. They were all using their own local kind of ingredients, and some of them use local wild yeast. And there's a London brewery, can't remember who it is. Is it XL maybe? That they've got a mobile cool ship, and they're going around to different breweries and getting them to brew the wort and collecting the yeast locally in the cool ship. You guys,
I met them in Abbeydale last summer. We were over for
the Jim's Funk Fest.
Well, to visit, obviously, just drop us an email on Instagram. We're always picking up a message there, and give us a bit of notice, and we'll show you around. And then Sean, when you were away, Ruben recommended a collab with Black Donkey with our both wild yeast.
We brewed during the week, maybe our first clean saison as well. But maybe you wouldn't call it a clean saison because it's purely diastaticus yeast strain as well. We're not that pushed on having diastaticus in our brewery, so we like everything as dry as possible. But
okay.
our first one went to cans yesterday.
Okay, hello everyone. I am back. How are we?
We didn't miss you.
No, you missed me loads.
Guys, it's been great. We could have had a full 5 hours just talking.
Yeah.
It feels like teacher's back. He's going to mute us all now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll kick you out for that, Ruben.
That power.
Expel you.
Serious power.
Serious power, Brian.
You can't kick the former chair of the oar. That's just wrong.
Keep emphasis on the former.
Yeah, nobody now. just fellow drinks beer on his balcony.
In the sunshine.
In the sun.
And that looks amazing.
I think, Ruben, you're in south of Spain and you don't want to admit it, but like you just, you
I am literally supposed to be in Tenerife right now. Like I'm supposed to be on holidays, but
either south of Spain or North Longford. I see Pino there in North Longford, and it's looking fairly fucking hot too. Like.
Hi, Dino.
Hello, everybody. God's country. Look at
him. Look at
that for a view.
He used the St. Mel's sign to block out all the sun.
That's so I get a tan on the back as well for reflection.
That's the ball going.
There's things flying around me that haven't been classified by science yet.
That's probably coming out of Sean's brewery. Right. Okay. Right. Teacher's back. Unfortunately, you're getting muted, lads. We're going to crack into Western Herd. So I'm going to mute everyone now. So yeah, chat time's over.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so let me see. We have Maeve. Hello, Maeve. I'll mute you, Ian, and Bridger.
Hi, thanks.
Hi, guys. How are you?
How's things?
How are you getting on? There's Bridger. Hello. We have Ian.
Good, yeah.
We saw Ian a second ago. Are you there?
Yeah.
Brilliant. And Maeve, are you there?
I'm here, yeah.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Okay, brilliant. Yes. So yeah, sorry. Now I'm trying to catch up in the comments here as well, but yeah, great to see you, and thank you again to everyone. Thank you so much for getting involved and joining us here today. So yeah, it's great to have you. And for someone who's on the East Coast as well, this is a great opportunity for me because I rarely get to actually have your beers. So this is fantastic. I'm quite excited about it because I haven't actually tried the ones that you have been part of the box. So will we start off? Just want to say a quick hello, introduce yourselves, and yeah, and then we'll start pouring. I think we'll start with Blue Jumper.
Yeah, well, I do a bit of an introduction. So
yeah, just quick hello from the three of you.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Hey, yeah. I'm my name's Bridger. I'm one of the brewers out there at Western Herd, and I've been there for about a year and a half now at this stage. I think the breweries, correct me on how long the brewery actually been open. I think it's a little over 4 years now at this point. But yes, it's a great opportunity to get to make a few connections and meet some people across the country like this, and happy to be here.
Brilliant. And Ian, we had a quick chat on Thursday night. Do you want to say hello yourself to everyone else?
Yeah, my name is Ian. Working in the brewery now for about 4 years. And yeah, I've been enjoying the beer festival all night. And I'm looking forward to trying our beers now.
Yeah, absolutely. I just see Paddy quickly here, great beers at a wedding in Lahinch a couple of years ago, and we drank all the Western Herd. So yeah, that's always good to hear. So will we kick things off with Blue Jumper? Who wants to take us into it first and give us a quick overview of the beer?
Yeah, I could do that. Blue Jumper is it's one of our staple beers. Obviously, it's a Father Ted reference for those of you who didn't pick up on that. It's a Centennial Forward hop, kind of a West Coast style IPA. We recently, probably within the last year, have kind of incorporated Idaho 7 into it as well. All of our beers are work in progress, so we have to things here and there. So we Centennial Forward. You know, I think when Mick and Maeve first started the brewery, I know Mick is a big Centennial fan, so he kind of had in his head, that kind of West Coast nice hophead bitterness style.
Just to interrupt there, sorry, Bridget. The whole ethos of the brewery and why we started it was to brew West Coast American style ales and beers on the West Coast of Ireland. So we brought our brewer over initially from Seattle, and he started brewing with us, and we were heavily influenced by the West Coast American style beers. That's kind of where the Blue Jumper Siege is our pale ale is very, the whole piney, resiny West Coast style flavor you'd expect. And then Blue Jumper is kind of the exact same.
Okay, brilliant. I'm looking at even just the color of it as I pour it. I can see that it is a little bit dark. There's probably some crystal malt in there. Bridger, what are we looking at here?
Some crystal malt in there. We actually started incorporating a bit of the stout mix pale into that as well, as opposed to just kind of the straight pale like we've been doing for the first few years. Trying to think exactly. It's been a while since we brewed. Gaz, what exactly is the rest of that grain bill, kind of loosely?
Yeah, the grain bill is pretty simple, really. It's we've started messing around with the stout malt as well as the pale malt, but other than that, it's like you. I haven't brewed it in a while, but it's about a Crystal 40, and we do add a little bit of wheat as well. Since we started brewing it, really the only changes we've really made to it, the grain bill has stayed mostly the same. We've made some changes to the hop bill, particularly incorporating Idaho 7 in the last 12 months of that way.
Okay, brilliant. I'm just looking at the comments here. Nathan saying inspired by Father Dougal and Sister Assumpta. I love it. It's a beautiful beer. Jeff is saying it's probably one of the nicest beers he's ever had. So that's always good. Yeah. So you touched on it with Western Herd. So Maeve was saying it's kind of it's on the west coast of Ireland. It was kind of but not trying to replicate, but an homage to the west coast of the States as well. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about the brewery? We know you're in Clare, but what else can you tell us about it?
Well, myself and my brother Michael started it 2015, 2016. Then by the time we actually got beers out, November 2015. So we started with 4 beers. We had our pale ale, our backbeat, which is our quick beer, we had a red ale, and then Blue Jumper. And you can see on the branding is each bottle is a different part of the Clare coastline on it. When I set up, the sun wasn't shining directly on me, so now I know I look like some informer in some like CIA movie in the shadows. But I don't know if you can see that. I have them here behind me as well. They have different parts of the Clare coastline, and we tried to keep the names Clare without being, banner brewing. So we've Blue Jumper based on Father Ted, which was filmed here. Siege, which is our pale ale, is after Siege Venice. Backbeat is a musical reference to the tradition of music in Clare, the traditional music. And the farm then has been in our family for 8 generations. We converted an old hay shed. So we've the brewery in there, even though we're on a farm, you can't really grow anything on the west coast of Ireland. But the main ingredient is the water from the farm, the spring well. If you're on our website, we actually have this video. It's kind of Dallas style. Instead of oil gushing out, you've the water. but it's 98% of the beer. It's important to pay attention to it. And then, like I said, we kind of focus on West Coast American style beers. We've our own pub in Ennis as well, McHugh's. So when we opened that, we expected to be going to the urban centres, Dublin and Cork, where the demand for this kind of product is. In Ireland, it's 2.7% is craft beer. Around these parts, it's like, are you even at 1% drinking craft beer? So, we didn't think we'd be at anything in Clare. But it took off locally. Like, lads used to just come in looking for pints of Kilmaley, and they didn't care what it was. So they'd start drinking Backbeat, and we call that, the gateway beer. And then once you got people interested in talking, you could get them onto other things. And we had a good range of craft beer on draft as well when we started, with the Galway Bay, Metal Man, and a few other Irish. JJ's down in Limerick gave us a lot of help setting up, and then Loudon's out in East Clare when they came in. And it just, as I said, it took off locally, and we're all around Clare. Like 90% of our beer is on trade in Clare. So, we're pretty screwed at the moment when on trade is totally gone. And then, the next summer we brought out Coast Road, which is here our Mosaic dry hop. So it's like Wild Atlantic Way without, impinging on any copyright issues. And then we have Cliff Road, which has the Cliffs of Moher on the label. So we looked at where it was selling and how could we sell more of it. And those two have been so popular. Like the Coast Road, we brew it all year. Cliff Road is so it's totally cloudy, full of fruit, and it just flies during the summer. So, we try different things, and like the lads out in the brewery, they're brewing like 30-litre kegs. We'll send it into the pub, and people will come in, and it's a great way to test new recipes and see what people are interested in. And you put up something on Instagram on a Friday night, and it'll be sold out by Saturday afternoon. So it's a great way to keep people interested in talking about craft beer in an area where there's no real interest in craft beer.
Yeah. Because you were saying it's 2.7%, maybe all of Ireland, but it's probably 0.27% of the Clare market.
Oh, it's shocking. And they'll come in and, they'll try something. And it once you talk about it being brewed locally, that's kind of the hook. You get them in and you try it. And most people do like it. Like, we now have 9 of our own beers on draft. So to say you don't like any of them, we brought out Islander, which is our session IPA, so it's 4.2%. The first 4 beers we launched with were all over 5, and people have this thing as well when they hear craft that it's really strong and they're going to die the next day after drinking it. So if you kind of have a local beer, it's just semantics, really, the words you use and how you describe something.
Yeah, like on that, it's something we noticed recently. There is nearly kind of a stigma around the term craft. It's more independent beer or local beer or something like that. It's probably a better way. But yeah, people think craft beer basically it's going to be like 9% and going to blow the head off them as soon as they have it. Yeah, so I think it is. It's a good way of kind of differentiating it, I suppose. I'm just looking at the comments here. So Brian is saying, delighted to get some Western Herd beer in the pack. Had it a few years ago when I was holidaying down in Clare. It's hard to get up in Dublin, but I've seen it in Drink Store a few times. And Maeve, this is something I said to you before. Foxcatcher is great, is what he said.
I know. Yeah. I know. And it was my favourite beer. I love the red. I love malt forward beers, especially, Foxcatcher. The 5 a.m. Saint was probably one of the first ones I got into with Brewdog. But it was more a red IPA, and, people are just looking for the soft, sweet Irish red ale with the big creamy head. So we brought out the Atlantic Red, and like our first batch of that sold out before we'd even finished packaging it nearly. Whereas Foxcatcher, we're only brewing it twice a year. So yeah.
Oh, we might brew it again. Never know.
Yeah, I think we'll bring it back.
Yeah.
After Christmas.
I think you should. Just Steve saying try Blue Jumper when you were at the RDS a few years back and very impressed. And I think that's the first time that I but myself and my wife were introduced to your beers as maybe 4 years ago with the RDS, 3-4 years ago. And our favorite beer from the whole festival was Foxcatcher. So again, you're getting a lot of love for it.
Yay, the beer we don't have.
So guys say lovely food in the pub here. Let me see now. So you're obviously predominantly on trade. So no doubt the current situation's hit you hard, but how are you doing in general? Are you?
We were just we had a meeting there during the week and we were discussing. You know, we're in bottles, and Beer Cloud has been great, and it's raised our profile. And we're on our off trade sales, but DPD treat bottles like footballs. So Liam was telling us about 12% of glass bottles get returned, even if he gets them back broken. I'd ordered the festival pack today, and I was one of the ones who didn't get it. So instead, I decided to drink this, stay the fact. So to start looking at off trade now seriously and what we can do with it.
Okay, nice. I just see a bit of love for the 5 a.m. saint in the comments here. Sorry, I have the sun is shining horribly on my screen here, so I'm trying to read the comments and hold my hand up at the same time. Just let me see now. So Ken is saying we had a pilot beer in McHugh's in July 2018. It was Coast Road that soured in the summer heat, and my wife still says it was the best beer she's ever had. P.S. Thanks for posting back my hat last year.
That pilot tap, instead of making badges for every batch we brought out, we just made one generic tap. Everyone loves the pilot batch, but no one knows what it is. Yeah. It's something different. Like it can vary 2 or 3 times over a weekend. But yeah.
David saying DPD treat everything like footballs. As you said, I've been chatting to Liam quite a bit about the deliveries, the beer boxes, and he said, as he said, 12% breakage on glass bottles or on bottles. It's mad. Like it's not really acceptable, but you kind of have to deal the hand you're dealt with.
Yeah.
Brian saying even more delighted to see the bottles are 500 ml now as opposed to 330s the last time.
Well, the 330, because we were more focused on trade, restaurants preferred the 330 ml bottles. Apparently they're more civilized and they can sell more of them. So once we kind of got a foothold in with a few off licenses, they wanted the pint bottles because Irish people are obsessed with pints as well. So, once you start trying to keep everybody happy, and we have our own on-site bottling machine. We do everything ourselves on site, and we can adapt it to take whatever size bottles we want. So Gaz Ian there has a great relationship with the bottling line.
Sorry, I muted Ian because there's some weird feedback kind of happening, Ian. You're back in now. I don't know what.
Am I okay now?
When you're chatting, it's fine. When someone else is chatting, it's not so fine. So
I was moving around a minute ago. It might have been that. Yeah, me and the bottling machine have come to an arrangement over the years, and it was a tough first year maybe, and it's like I didn't want it to do, but we got there eventually.
Yeah. I'm seeing Porg is saying, DPD smashed 3 of his 6 bottles recently. Again, a lot of love for 5 a.m. Saint, or former 5 a.m. Saint, as Ruben is saying. Again, myself and my wife, that was one of our big favourite beers. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, holding my hand up and reading at the same time is tricky. It is. So, okay, right. So we'll keep moving. I'm only it's actually hindered my drinking, my hand holding up. We'll move on to Dolman shortly, but on Blue Jumper, that's your flagship beer at the moment, I believe, Maeve, is it, or is that what your?
No, the flagship would be mainly our, we call them our big seller would be, the money beers would be the Siege and Islander, which is this one, I know Sam Ells are talking about purple beer. I'm not sure what that is. This is our purple beer. So, Yeah, those two. I guess they're the lightest, the easiest ones to drink, maybe. We were at a beer festival once and some guy drank 8 pints of Blue Jumper and he was not in a good place the next day. So that's the record, by the way. We've never heard of anyone even close to replicating that. But yeah, it would be more I'd say most of the breweries here would be more the pale ales and the session IPAs.
Okay.
We've kind of had post road kind of climb into that. Maybe third spot in the last year. Maybe we've got a lot more kind of accounts as far as the on-trade goes, accounts with the Coast Road, and it seems to be moving really well as far as the off licenses as well. It's a really good. It's kind of like Maeve mentioned earlier, kind of that gateway beer. It's a good gateway beer for people who maybe aren't necessarily inclined towards craft beer to maybe try something new and enjoy it, especially on a nice weather like this that we've been having. It's a great beer for that kind of warm day, easy drinker.
Nice. Just see, David is saying his wife has joined that she loves Coast Road so much. That's why she's come into the chat, which is always good to see. A nice question from Ruben here. Do the landmass or the coastal outlook labels all merge into one clear map or like a coastal outline, or are they all random places?
You see, if we answered those kind of questions, what would you talk about in the pub when you're drinking them? Like, that was the whole idea. We wanted the labels to spark conversation, like Blue Jumper. Some people will get it, some people won't, and the ones who do will just love explaining to the other people what it means. So, we had a lot of time to think of our branding when we were waiting for planning permission and grants and equipment and all these things to come in. So, they're all different aspects of the Clare coastline, and you're supposed to kind of guess or talk about, what part of the coast is that? I know one of them is around kind of Quilty, coming down from Spanish Point, but I think that's the Blue Jumper one. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to discuss and figure out for yourself.
I just saw Ruben's comment there saying Blue Jumper looks like a dog outline, and now that's all I can see, actually. Yeah.
Well, maybe,
Nicely spotted.
A few evenings spent on Google Maps trying to figure out exactly which labels on which.
So before we move on to the Dolman, quick question from Jer asking, what part of Clare are you based in?
We're in Commuity, so we're on the farm. It's been in our family for 8 generations, and like that, neither myself nor Michael wants to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to milk cows, but we'll happily go up and see the temperature of beer, or my brother-in-law keeps his reserve herd out there, which is more of a kind of a maternity ward for cows. But it's about 8 miles outside of Ennis.
When you said reserve herd, I got a bit excited there, thinking it might be like some barrel age project or something like that, but it's actually...
Oh, we love our barrel age project. We do a lot of work with JJ Corrie's, which we'll talk about in the Dolman, but there's a barrel age Blue Jumper. You can get it with we only had it in kegs. Tyrrellstown, the carry out there, I think they have the last keg of it, and he's putting it into cans and sending it out. And then Louise McGuan, the one who owns Chapelgate. So this is the whiskey. I don't know if you can see it there at the Gale.
Yeah.
She's taken that keg back after our IPA's been in it, and she's going to do an IPA whiskey. So there's a lot of collaboration going back and forth, going, what can you do with whiskey and what can you do with beer? And we're pretty much trying to do whatever we can with it.
Everything is the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, we move on to the Dolman then. So I have mine conveniently opened. I watched Emmett Ryan's tasting of this last night. It's one of the highlights of my day, watching Emmett's beer tasting. It's absolutely brilliant.
Trying to pour it.
Yeah, and I just tried it, and I've done the exact same thing myself. So, who wants to take us through this?
Gaz, you can talk about it. You've put all the hard work in.
Sorry, I still have Ian unmuted. Sorry.
Oh,
Ian.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Ian. Fire ahead.
Sorry, were you getting some feedback or something?
It keeps happening, Ian. Unfortunately, when someone else is talking, it keeps getting some weird feedback through your speakers.
There might be an echo in here or something. So yeah, the Dolman is our barrel-aged whiskey stout. This is our second batch of it. So we do it. We're very proud of it because we do it with 3 other Clare producers. So the whiskey barrels come from JJ Corrie, and we get the cocoa nibs from Hazel Mountain in Ballyvaughan, and we get the coffee from Annam in the Burren. So in that sense, it's 4 Clare producers coming together to make one drink. It's 7.6%. I'm big into imperial whiskey stouts myself, and one of the things I wanted to do with this was make kind of a light-bodied imperial whiskey stout, and I think we've achieved that. Going into the taste of it then, so I think on the nose you get a kind of a sweet whiskey. Tasting it then, I think you get coffee up front, more of a mocha coffee with the chocolate. And then the lingering flavor, I think, is a nice, complex mixture of the 3, really. You get the whiskey, the coffee, and the chocolate coming together. Yeah, we've been delighted with it. Delighted with it as a representation of those 4 Clare producers. And also, it's just been a great beer so far, and we've got great feedback from it so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Just to see, I this is my first time tasting it as well, and just to see the love you've been getting online and just in general about it for both Blue Jumper, for all your beers actually, but for that in particular, there's been a lot, and yeah, sorry, my mouth's just like it's it's unbelievable. I want to have more of it, but that is a great beer, absolutely brilliant, really, really good.
I think an interesting story that Ian didn't tell you was how we got the beer from the tank into the kegs. Especially with the first year we did it on Christmas Eve. I was out there with a YouTube video trying to figure out how to get the stout into the kegs, and
I took till midnight that night trying to get it into the barrels, and it was a tough day. I was so covered in stout. I'm trying to find a photo here. You learn the hard way, when you're craft brewing. You do everything the hard way, and that was a tough evening, I have to say.
I think the worst things have been covered in stout, though, in fairness. Let's see. Let's have a look at the comments here. Kieran is asking, is Dolman related to the Turlock beer in any way?
The names are related. Turlock being, a temporary lake that we get a lot in the Burren. We named the Dolman after Paul na Brón, which is a famous Dolman in Clare. So in that sense, they're related. In terms of the recipe, they're not that related. I mean, the malt bill would be somewhat similar, but in terms of how we made them, Turlock isn't a smaller Dolman. But the names are certainly both very closely related to Clare.
Okay, nice. So, one of the, I suppose, the best things about this whole situation, what's happened is that, that Beer Cloud has opened up your beers to a nation, the full nation, so people can access them, and they've been sorely missed or lacked in I suppose the East Coast for a while anyway. So what that is one of the positives come out of the current situation, I guess. But what plans do you have kind of going forward? Are you expanding into the all Ireland's market, or are you going more into packaged beer, or what's the plan?
Yeah, we have to look at on trade or off trade now. As I said, 90% was on trade, and that's just gone. So yeah, we're in talks with cans. The bottles are great, but you have to have your product in the market, and off trade is the canned product. So yeah, we're going to just
see how we get on with that. Get stuff into cans, send it out, and see how it goes.
Okay, nice. Do you have anything in the pipeline at the moment? Any kind of any new brews or anything, or?
We've been kind of working a little bit with our kind of pilot batch system, like kind of on a double IPA, kind of that hazy, New England style, juicy kind of double IPA. And we've been playing around a little bit with kind of the IPL style as well. Those are both kind of things that we look at potentially bringing out cans to the nationwide market, maybe through beercloud.ie or the Beer Club or the carry out in Charlestown there. Especially if we end up doing them on the big system, of course, we'll be pushing those, and they'll be available nationwide.
Brilliant. Are there yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at a few questions come in. Where in Dublin specifically will they be able to get your beers? Is there anywhere, how are you going to distribute them, or?
Well, we do a lot of we do all the distribution ourselves. Black Rock Cellar, they've been great for taking the Dolman especially, and not to go back to like the whole marketing side of the thing, but like your Siege and your Islander are what you're going to make your money on, but like your Dolmans, your double IPAs, those are what you make your reputation on. And there's not as much money in them, but like they're so much more fun to drink. So yeah, we've kind of worked with a few pubs and off licenses in Dublin, but we haven't. It's been our fault. We haven't been consistently going up to Dublin often enough to deal with it. Kind of playing on the whole, we'll make it even more exclusive by just turning up whenever we want. But like we have to get more, I guess, serious about it now, and yeah, get the steady supply up there.
Yeah,
we've done a couple of kind of event things in Dublin as well. Like we had a tap takeover at Brewdog back in I suppose it'd be March. Tough to tell, tough to guess time now at this point, but
yeah, I remember it was either late February or early March.
Yeah. And we've also got, I think you might be on here on the stream somewhere, Patrick Fox out at the Open Gate there in Dublin. We'll be hopefully once this is all over, we'll be doing a kind of a tap takeover kind of thing, kind of with them at the Open Gate there. And we'd like to maybe have a couple of maybe the backbeat. I know Podrick likes the backbeat, and maybe a once-off beer or something like that we can show Dublin as well. But we'd be looking to do more kind of those events, but also reach more into the off-license market, of course, as well. It'll be crucial, I say, going forward with off-licenses over the next year plus.
Yeah.
One of our big issues, I think one of the big issues we had is our model was based largely on tourism up until recently, because we've got the Wild Atlantic Way, we have a lot of American tourists and others coming to Clare, and we were selling quite well that way. Whereas with coronavirus now, that's all turned on its head, and now we need to kind of think in a more national way. So we were kind of last year we were focused on reds, pale ales, porters, whereas now we're kind of talking about double IPAs, maybe IPLs, that kind of thing. So it has been a bit of a pivot for us, but we're rolling with the punches.
Well, that's it. Yeah. You have to, I suppose, as well. It's adapted to survive, really, is it? And yeah, and now it's good. I think, like, again, it's a positive. I see so many positives coming out of this whole situation, and one of the big ones is that brewers have become so much more conscious of marketing, I think, which is mad to say. The reason why I set up Craic and what I'm doing is because I don't like. I think it's not that they don't want to, but it's just that there's a lack of marketing within the industry, and you want to kind of highlight and promote everything that they're doing to make it grow. And it's nearly like, it's not like a dirty word, but like it has to be done. So I think it's brilliant to see how everyone has just kind of upped their game in that sense, really, and just really needs to come together and grow it for themselves. Maeve, you'll be pleased to see or know that our audience asked the really difficult questions And we've had one here from Ruben asking about the moose statue. What sort of moose statue is that in the background?
I think that's a trampoline.
Oh, right. Is there no moose statue?
Over your right shoulder, mate.
Right.
There's a bear. I have a few bears from the background.
Bears, okay.
So my daughter was up the window looking in.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to get involved.
Yeah, we deal with all the tough questions here.
Yeah.
Let me see. So Laurie is saying for Dublin, please do a tap takeover in Underdog, which would be amazing.
Oh yeah, I actually talked to them a little bit. Hopefully we can get something organized when this is all over.
Yeah, I think everyone would like to see that. That'd be brilliant. Ruben is asking again, moving on from the moose question. Who did the artwork for Dolman? It looks like an amalgamation of a circuit board and some astrological diagram. Certainly looks like the branding on the regular one.
It's the Dolman is different from the other one. Different company. It's called Brandish. It's my brother's brother-in-law's company, so we like to keep it all in-house, obviously. But yeah, the stars are a representation of the 32 of our ancestors who were buried under Colnabrone in Bridger had this really good idea. He's like, I'll go up and hide some beer up there, and whoever gets it gets to keep it. And I think he was walking away when someone had already found it. So, yeah, it didn't last long.
Just looking here. So Simon's saying we may get away with the beer festival in Moat yet. You're still down for it in 2020/2021.
Oh, we're down for it if it goes.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Anything that doesn't make us go to Dublin, we'll be there.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't happen in person, it can always happen online. So Simon, we could work with something there and try and get an online Midlands craft beer festival. Do something similar.
This has been great. Like, to be honest, anyone who's done a beer festival will know that, you know, people will pay their money to come in and then they'll go around drinking, trying to get free beer. So at least with this, people have had to commit to buying the pack. And it's actually the breweries making the money instead of Brian.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Jan is saying all in for an online craft beer Midlands festival. So yeah, we can do it.
So looking forward to this year. I think we're looking at a double IPA. It's probably one of our primaries, and we're looking at more of the off trade than the on trade. So we had been looking at pale ales, porters, reds. Now we're looking at double IPAs, maybe a few IPLs, that kind of thing.
It's hard as a small brewery then as well, you know, when you have such a range. We've 8 beers nearly on the go constantly, to have the capacity to do something new. It's kind of nice right now, you know, that everything is stocked and we can stock and, you know, try something new.
Sorry guys, I think I got kicked out of my own chat. I'm back, I promise.
Don't forget everybody kicked out.
Yeah, I was stressing out big time there. I was like, fuck. Yeah, so I'm just trying to, I've missed out on a bit of the chat there. I think I was cut out for it. We're going to move on to Lorraine. Yeah, I kicked out the coppers. We'll be moving on to Heaney now soon. I see Mal has just joined. But what beers would people like to see Western Herd brew next? Is a question I'm going to throw out there.
Well, this is the question. I think we're kind of talking about double IPA. And, you know, 2 or 3 months ago, there was a question of would it sell in Clare, whereas now that we're more on an off trade, I think it's something that we're really going to put a bit of time into. After that, we're wondering, you know, we're toying with the idea of IPL. There seems to be a tendency towards maybe a more lagery type beer. So we're open to suggestions. We're doing a lot of home brews.
Nice. Let's see here. More stouts, please. Well, Foxcatcher, of course.
Foxcatcher, yeah.
What else have we got here? Well, Foxcatcher, double IPA, amber/red, double dry hopped IPA. Belgian beer, Belgian style.
Oh, I'd love to do a Belgian.
Yeah.
Well, our wheat beer is Belgian style wheat beer. We use fresh coriander and orange peel in it. I used to live in Luxembourg, so I was on the doorstep of Belgium, Germany, and then, you move back to Ireland and they're like, do you want Carlsberg or Heineken? They're like, no, I'm not used to drinking that. So, yeah, it was good to bring out our own wheat beer. So, but yeah, we definitely love to do more Belgian beers, and even listening to White. Oh, I love what they do. Can't wait to try this.
Nice. Dave was saying stick to the lower percentage beers. Growth is in the new craft beer drinkers, in my opinion. Any way to use, Ruben's asking, any way to use the local burn or orchid in some kind of beer, like an orchid IPA?
Certainly be open to that. I know Bridger did some messing with some Gorse IPAs in January, February. We'd certainly be interested in looking at that.
The Gorse beer was really well received once we put it on draft. Sold out that night. So, yeah, we love, like, we've used black. We go out to the farm, see what's available. It's just very labour intensive picking up. So
yeah.
We did do a spruce black IPA homebrew as well over the winter, which we might look into in the future as well.
Nice. Steve saying would love to see a Belgian version of the Dolman base beer, like a Hercules stout, or Steve saying some smoked malt in a burn smokehouse that make a Rauch beer.
That's actually
good. Could be really nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So some great stuff. Steve, yeah. Porg saying yeah, more black IPA. Steve saying Gorse is fab, especially in a saison.
We actually have a black IPA at the moment, Citra Tuxedo. We're going to expand that and get that out.
It's a really nice black IPA.
We do a home brew competition every year where the winner gets to come out to the brewery and brew their beer with us. So that was the third winner we've had. We've done a brown, and we were talking about the brown ales. It was fabulous, but there's no market for it. The same mouth were saying the same thing. And the first year we had the vanilla porter, which we brought out the second year because it was so good.
Yeah, and I actually held off on my spruce black IPA because a black IPA won the homebrew, and I didn't want to be flooding the markets. So maybe next year.
Very honourable, Ian. So yeah, I'm just looking at this. I think we're going to have to wrap it up, folks. Because we're coming on 7:05 now, so we're going a bit over. And I know Mal is Mal à la tête at the moment, we'll say. Simon is saying, can we do an online festival like this every weekend? It really legitimizes my day. Simon, yeah, absolutely, yeah, we'll do. Why not? Why not? We'll do it as long as we can have face-to-face beer festivals. Get it up on Beer Cloud. Guys, yeah, I have to say, no, thank you so much for coming on. It was absolutely brilliant, and please feel free to stay on as well for the lovely Heaney folk coming on now, Mal and Nate.
Oh, we will, yeah.
Thanks for having us.
I hope you enjoyed it anyway, and I know you're Brewery 5, so we're getting to the tail end of the day. So thank you so much for putting up with us, basically. Yeah.
Thanks
for hanging on for us, guys.
Thanks for
the Beer Cloud as well for helping get the boxes in.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam has done a phenomenal job at Beer Cloud, and it's been great. It was a no-brainer to team up with them for something like this because of what they're doing and what they stand for and what they represent. So yeah, it made things so much easier having one distributor and one supplier. And sorry, my dog is trying to attack me or trying to my co-host.
They love the Dolman as well. Maybe you drag this with the blue jumper label.
Okay. Thanks again, guys. So
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, guys.
I'm going to mute everyone again. Back to teacher mode, and I'm going to find I'm gonna find Mal here and bring him in, and I think Aidan is with him as well. Hello, Mal. And Aidan, hey, how are you?
Yeah. Hey guys. How's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Good. Quite open some beers.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we can hear you okay. I think so. Let's get the comments going here, guys. Can we hear the guys?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear. Cool.
Yes, we're good. Sorry, that was my my excuse just to neck some Dom in there before we move on. I actually need to get Digital Leash out of the fridge, so give me 2 seconds. Why don't you say hello to our audience and yeah, just introduce yourselves in general while I'm going to the fridge.
Hi, Simon.
What about everybody else?
Oh, hi, everybody else. Who I haven't met.
Hello, y'all. I think I know some of you folk, but not most of you.
So, Mel, why don't you tell them a little bit about the brewery?
Okay. We're a little brewery up in South Derry, in Southeast, up the north. Place with many names. So we've been established now for about a year down in Balahy in a purpose-built facility that cost far too much money, and we've been skirting around the edge of bankruptcy for a year, but enjoying every minute of it. So we spent most of the last 9 months or so just trying to focus on our core recipes and a few different dry hopping techniques, things before we started to really jump into big beers. So we've done a few sort of 5-6% IPA wise. Sold a lot of the core bottles and things like this, but this cans and things like this is where we really want to push things over the next few years. So there'll be a lot of exciting stuff come out.
Good to hear. And so what's your, actually, you know what, we'll go straight into it. So we'll go with Digital Leash first, will we?
Absolutely, yeah.
So what have we got here?
So we've got an IPA with no specified style. See if you can all guess what it's supposed to be. So it's basically just wanted to brew the type of IPA I just like to drink. I'm a big fan of Polish Brew Co. from Wales. They're banging out a lot of really cracking IPAs at the minute, in between the sort of 5.5-7% kind of area. Lots of hazy boys. Really super fruity. They've got a new brewer recently, Lolly. We used to brew for Mad Hatter. And the beers the last 6 months or so have been coming out with a little tad of bitterness on the end, a nice snappy bite on the end. So it's kind of a beer like that I wanted to brew, but it's hazy, as you can see. Super hazy. It actually says oats on the contains oats on the ingredients, but I just got the brew sheet there and I didn't put oats either. I forgot, or I changed my mind. I think I forgot. I can't remember. But yeah, well, we obviously don't need to put oats in to make a beer hazy. We just used the right yeast and the right dry hopping techniques. So, so it's super fruity. It's got 18 grams a litre, Amarillo and Galaxy. Is it Galaxy? Or
Is that a question or a statement?
You got the labels as well. I haven't even read it yet today. Galaxy and Amarillo, yeah. So it's 18 grams a litre, so it's very heavily dry hopped. There's 16 grams a litre in dry hop, 2 grams a litre in the kettle. No bitter and hops, but there's enough hoppies in there just to give a little snap at the very, very end. It's super refreshing as well. We put a fair whack of dextrin in there just to retain a little bit of sweetness and help the body a wee bit. So it's got a pleasant viscosity to it, but it's still really, really drinkable. It's good. This is the first time I've had this in 2 weeks since we packaged it. Like we packaged it about 3 weeks ago, was it? So it's still super fresh. Hopefully you all kept it in the fridge. So it's yeah, a lot of stone fruit going on. I say we get a few different aromas every time. We get a bit of pineapple at the minute as well. Yeah, overripe mango and all that.
Yeah, definitely mango for me.
So it's a good hot punch off it still. It's good to see us holding up well in the can after. I think this one's been in the back of my van for a little bit as well. It's been pretty well there, so it's not bad.
I have to say this is my 11th beer of the day, and it's
you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing 11th half beer of the day. Absolutely gorgeous. You get proper aroma, but like it's cutting through as well. It's beautiful beer, absolutely beautiful beer.
I love really, really hoppy beers, but there's an awful lot of hop sit about at the minute. There's a lot of hop burn, and there's a lot of beers I think getting packaged a bit too early and getting shoved out into the market before they're ready. So we like to give our brews the right time. We're not rushing anything. We're not pushing anything through the tanks too fast. Although the way things are at the moment, things are getting pretty busy. So we're not going to force beers through the tanks before we need to get them into the cans. Like we're just going to get more tanks. It's the word. I think that it's really nasty when you get a really nice, delicious hoppy beer, super fruity, super juicy, and then you get the nasty burn at the end. It's not pleasant, so we don't want to ever go there. So it's just a really, really drinkable IPA, I think. And it finishes fairly dry, but it still retains plenty of body and just enough sweetness. So the balance is there. So it's all about balance. So it's kind of, if you want to give the New England style, so we would probably slightly too bitter for that. We used Lallemand New England yeast. Let's just toss up between that and London Ale 3. So I think we'll use that next time. And it did a good job. It got exactly what I wanted out of the beer. So
yeah, no, it's beautiful. Just one comment before we kind of talk about the brewery in general. Porg has said you have the best website of any brewery I've ever seen. It's gorgeous.
Who said that?
Porg.
Oh yeah, the fibers in the post, Porg.
Yeah. So yeah, he likes your website anyway.
Yeah, plus enough. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice that he likes it. Yeah, no. And it's just all about the place and the beer. There's not really much we need. There's not much more we need to do on that. I think folks will go on there expect to see a whole pile of guff about Seamus Heaney, but it's not Seamus Heaney Brewery. It's just Heaney Brewery. It's the farm. You know, it's my wife's dad's farm, and that's where the brewery is. So that's why it's Heaney Brewery. So it's got really not much to do with Old Chimbo at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and we don't use any of that in the market. And you know, there's a little bit on the website which is just about the history of the farm and Seamus's dad, and then Seamus, and then Susie's dad, and then Susie and myself as well. So it's just it's a nice minimal website. It looks nice and clean cut, and I think that's kind of the ethos of our brewery. So there's no guff, no hype, just doing what we do in the middle of nowhere, really. See, someone asked there about the name, about who was that? Steve, don't check in. He said, lol, how does that work for Virtual Beer Fest? I don't know, but here it is. Don't check in.
Oh, is that on the can? I was looking at it. It's like, where did that come from? Jesus, Steve, you've done your research. I haven't even looked at this.
Steve always does his research.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Guys.
So the name basically is, I suppose we're just talking about everybody's reliance on social media and the fact that this
is also pre-lockdown, by the way.
Pre-lockdown, yeah. This is all decided way back, because these labels were designed back in the end of January, I think. I have a extreme hatred for Untapped.
Like any brewer, I think. But,
stuff like that. We never look at it. We never look at it. So the little message on the back of the beer is kind of just asking that you just for once don't go online before you've even taken a sip to Untap, or don't take a photograph and put it on Insta before you've even taken a sip and all that. The bloody beer.
Yeah. Well, and also we talked about that before, like, and back in my brewing days in Boston, when we had like tap rooms and breweries, you get people coming in, and it's defeating the purpose of, I think, brewer's vision of beer to bring people together, and people going on their phones. Like when we're drinking beer, like obviously this is a bit different because we're interacting with folks, but like when Mal and his wife Susie and I go out for a beer together, we want to have a pint together. We're not on our phones, you know, rating these beers that we have. We're like, you know, we're having the crack.
Yeah, having the crack. Yeah, so the digital leash is that little bit that has got you tied to your devices and your machines. So it basically just says unclip your digital leash for a little minute. It's also a song by my favorite band, The Bronx. The Bronx.
Is that your plug for your favorite band?
Nice. How many days in a row have you been wearing that T-shirt? Just for that. Yeah.
You don't want to know what breweries look like.
No, you should see the state of us from day to day. This is us dressed up.
Yeah. Clean hoodie.
Leashed out of our hair today.
So
I'm just going back. So Steve is saying Beer Geek level 7. So yeah, he knows. Dorothy's asked where did the name Digital Leash come about. So I think we've already answered that. Oh, thanks, Sean. Sean shared if I need help. Thank you. What makes it a farmhouse beer? Gareth wants to know.
I love this debate. The breweries between the farm and the farmhouse.
Yeah, well that's not much of it.
This was the Design Guys Thought Collective up in Belfast. Mad keen to put this on the cans. I didn't want this in the cans. All the bottles fine, yeah, but the cans don't see the purpose of it, but it's all on there. So the farmhouse aspect of it is just that it's the brewery designed and put there. I mean, it's to give a new focus to the farm because it used to be a dairy farm, but hasn't really done anything farming ways or sort of income ways for years now. So the brewery is part of the next phase of the farm, so to speak. So it's very much part of the farm. And I mean, breweries historically, I mean, they belong on farms anyway. You know, what better place for a brewery?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think there's a lot of irony being pointed out here in the comments about drinking Digital Leash at a virtual beer festival, but needs must, people, needs must. And I don't think that's the actual sentiment of the message behind the beer, just to clarify it. I think it's more so that people who are face to face can't interact because of technology, as opposed to that we can't interact.
Yeah.
That's the most profound I'm going to get after 11 beers.
Well, no, that's good. That's
so Porg is saying that's one of the nicest IPAs I've had in a long while. Another first for me too, but next weekend will be the second.
It's another $5 in the post there, Porg.
Yeah, that's. I think that's a different Porg to the last time.
Was it?
Yeah, genuinely. I think it was Porg Kyo last time. Oh no, that was Porg Kyo. Oh, actually, Jesus, you know what it is?
Right. Was the first one Porg Fox?
Yeah.
Is Foxy on here?
Foxy's on, is he? Yeah.
Porg Fox is on as well. Yes. Oh, hang on. Yes, he is. Yes. Hello.
It wasn't my comment, but I do.
We're still on. We're still on. Right. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Thanks, Foxy.
Savage, he says. Savage. Cheers.
So before we crack into the old before we're all seeing stars, basically, how are you guys doing at the moment?
We're busy, very busy.
Yeah.
We did a big order for Beer 52 from. When did we start that stuff? The middle of January?
Oh God, yeah, right after I came back from Cali.
Took up all our production like for 2 months because we're small. We've only got a 1,000-litre kit, 10 head kit, and it's just us two. And we hand bottle everything. We got a counter pressure filler, which is kind of semi-automatic, but it's still really slow. And we basically were making stout for Beer 52 for nearly 2 months, and while we were making stout, our stock was declining down. But you know, we had lots of plans to just begin brewing all that again when we got that order shipped out. But then the COVID thing hit, and all of a sudden everyone was going mad for drinking at home, which was a good thing for us. And the cans that we had brewed the packaging was delayed, slightly. A few supply chain issues on some things. So tanks were held up for a bit longer. So our stock for our core bottles and things, basically at the start of the week, we had nothing left, 0 zilch. So this week we've been packaging, I don't know, many thousand. I don't want to know too much.
Three tanks.
We did 3, 4? Oh, we did on one Monday.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're just building up our core stock at the minute, and as soon as the tanks are empty, we're getting them filled again. We're getting them all booked and ordered a cannon machine there yesterday, so we're getting our own in-house cannon system in about 3 months' time. So that'll be good fun. So that'll basically give us more control over our own schedule instead of having tanks taken up. So there's a lot of in-house packaging going on at the minute because people can't sell keg, obviously. So we use Bevcraft for canning our beers. Getting a slot that suits us is almost impossible at the minute. I wanted to get the guys back up on the 11th of May to do a new round of cans, 2 new beers. 27th of May was the earliest date we could get, so it's just not feasible. We can't tie our tanks up that long, so we took the plunge and ordered up our own system. So yeah, we'll be canning our beers in house pretty soon, and then we'll get a lot more brews a lot more regularly. We got a couple of small tanks, a couple of 1,000 litre tanks, just to do sort of experimental stuff and super hoppy IPAs. Then we keep the big ones then for the core beers, the blondes, the reds, the stouts, all that stuff, stuff with a slightly longer shelf life. And that's the way we plan to go over the next 6 months or so. But yeah, it's really, really hectic. For two of us, we're churning out an awful lot of beer, flat out, yeah. We hope to, within the next 6 months, have some new capacity installed as well to add another up the capacity by another 50%. So we'll see how the next few months go. We might push for a wee bit more than that, but pretty confident from now to the end of the year that we're going to do some good business.
Nice. Just looking at the comments here, Porg Fox did say, it wasn't my comment, but I do agree, and it's a Savage IPA. Jan and Wayne, obviously, Jan is saying she can't have the beers at the moment because Wayne is away, but she's on the gin. But maybe a future podcast episode. So maybe you could jump on for a podcast with the pair of them. One of the beers, your stout, has been getting a serious amount of love. The Heaney stout, and it's something I actually haven't managed to try myself yet.
The core stout.
The core stout, yeah, I see that's getting a huge amount of love around, well, social media in general and everywhere. Yeah, how's your production on that going, or where are you with that?
How much stout have we brewed over this last 3 months? Honest to God.
So much. That's what Beer 52 wanted from us, right?
Yeah, well, they were doing an Irish themed box.
We could brew that with our eyes closed now.
For March, yeah. So we brewed stout after stout. I think we did like 20 brews of stout or something. Mm-hmm. And then Honest Brew came in there a few weeks ago and says they wanted stout like for Father's Day. So there's a whole pile more stout. And then our core bottles sold out the start of the week, so we're brewing more stout for replacing all the core stock as well. Then Honest Brew came back and said they want more stout. So it must be good beer. It's just a solid stout, there's no frills, there's nothing fancy about it. It's just a real traditional sort of, we call it Irish stout. It was dry Irish stout originally when I was brewing it back in Boundary, and it was a drier beer back then. But I've just tweaked it to my own taste, basically. So there's kind of a tad of residual sweetness on it now. So it's just labelled Irish stout, but it's not the dry one that we used to do in Boundary. There's a little bit less astringency to it. It's probably slightly more bitter, but with a bit of sweetness left. Are you reading the
semi-dry stout then?
Some of the comments, have you thought about doing stout? Craic Fox, I would love to be a one brand brewery.
Yeah, don't mind.
Andy.
David Gray's a messer. We've established that throughout the festival today. Peter is asking about. We're going to go super nerd now. Peter's asking about the water chemistry for the IPA because the body is tremendous.
The body's probably more helped by the dextrin level that's in there. So we got really good. We use groundwater up in Balahi. Has been a continuous sort of process of monitoring how stable it is over the last few years, and it is pretty good, stable, and regular. And we do tweak a little bit for every single beer, and getting the balance for each of their beers has been kind of what I've been working on for the last 6-7 months, really.
These are good brew notes. You took notes.
These are good brew notes, yeah. I actually took some good brew notes on this, yeah.
There's a running joke in the brewery that when I brew, there's no brew notes at all, which is not good. Don't be like me.
When you make a really, really good beer and you go back to the notes and there are no notes, it's kind of disappointing.
Well,
we got notes. We have notes.
If you're on for White Street earlier for Sean Collin, basically he's just like, he makes a beer, he makes one beer and that's it, and then in next beer, yeah, there are no notes. There's nothing, but they're absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
Definitely.
Brewer,
Yeah.
assistant brewer for sale.
If you want to move to Longford, then yeah, you're laughing, absolutely laughing.
Go cheap.
So let me see here now. Okay, I'm getting attacked by my dog again here.
Can we see the dog?
Yeah, of course. This is that's Jessie.
Hi, Jessie.
That's my assistant number 2. Hello. Buster was on earlier, so that's Jessie. Yeah. Let me see now. Water chemistry. Any hope of getting more of the stout? Not enough stout. Make more, please. The boundary collab is 6 out of 5. Yeah, have you thought about doing stout, imperial stout? I think people like stout, so that brings us nicely onto stout. Let's finish this, and you can talk us through it.
Cooking stout, as I found out last night.
It's too expensive to cook with.
So what is this basically?
It's a big awkward bastard of a beer to brew. That's what it was. We're not really into adjuncts, sugars, and
no lactose has ever gone in any of our beers.
Good.
I mean, we used like flavorings like rosemary IPAs, and we did the gingerbread thing, but all natural stuff that
real ginger
buy from Tesco.
Rosemary.
So this was a stout. The last minute label changed from 10% to 11% because we got more efficient on brew day than we expected.
Clean beer strong tanks.
So 2 mashes with I don't know how many brewers we got here or whatever, but 2 mashes to give us the gravity that we need for 11% beer. There's no sugar added to this at all, so it's 100% proper ingredients.
100% beer.
We're so technical here.
Yeah.
So there's about 25% specialty malt in this. So the pale malt base had to be pretty big. So we had to do 2 big mashes. We did a little sparge, like a little 100-litre sparge or something like that, just to try and rinse off. If I had a spare tank, we probably would have done a small beer from that at the same time. But I mean, this beer took basically 2 days to brew anyway, so we couldn't really be bothered. So that's why this one, actually it's not that expensive for what it is, but you know, to me it's fairly expensive. So many beers about it at the minute, and people are paying like 7, 8, 9 euros for a can of beer.
They're not on brewers' wages then.
They're not on brewers' wages, no. I think people have lost the run of themselves. I mean, I know how much it takes to make beers like that as well. I think some people are sticking the old arm in, I think, but yeah, you know, fair play. They're selling them. So yeah, this is a collaboration with these lads. And I suppose anybody who knows my history knows that's where I started up in.
Somebody asked if you miss Matt.
No.
Steve asked you miss Matt.
Do you miss Matt?
Do you miss Matt? Steve, I miss him every day. I wake up crying thinking about him.
I'm not that bad, Jesus.
No, Matt's a great guy. We when I came into Boundary, he was about 5 months in, I think, something like that. So we kind of went through all the growing pains together with that. I was there for about 3 years before I cleared off to do my own thing. And we did a fair few big beers while we were brewing together there. A few double mash, single boil stouts. I think, Gift was double mash, single brew. They're still turning out the Gifts. So when I got the brewery set up in Blahy, Matt's goal was to come down and break the brew kit on collaboration day, like he did. He went to Yellow Belly, and in his wisdom, him and Declan decided to do.
No wisdom there.
No wisdom. Decided. I think it was an oatmeal IPA or something like that. It was something stupid, like 50% oats in the grist, and they broke the false bottom on Dec's kit. I think that was only installed. Was it? It was one of the first brews.
Yeah, it's the old brew kit from Brewdog.
So Matt wanted to come down to our brewery in Balahi and try to break my mash tun as well. But so this beer was planned ages and ages ago. We just never really got around to getting together to do it. He's busy, really, really busy. So it was kind of scheduled for May. I think it was May. I did a blog about it. I think it was May. And when we had the lockdown, I just could never see it happening. So we went and did it ourselves without Matt. But the spirit of Matt is in this glass. There he is. He's in here.
I can taste him.
His black heart is in here. So yeah, this is the beer he wanted to brew with us. So this is what we talked about. So this is what it is. And it's, I'm very, very pleased with it. Yeah, the balance is good there. It's maybe a tad too sweet. I don't know, but everybody's taste is different.
Yeah. I think we both kind of steer away from really, really sweet stouts personally, but I think it's a really quality beer that we produce, and it seems to be doing well with stout lovers everywhere.
It's dangerous. There's not a hit of the alcohol in it. There's a little bit of warmth, but there's not much of that boozy kind of sting.
Yeah, that's very dangerous for an 11% beer.
It is
very dangerous. And
yeah, it's super fruity right now. So I haven't had this since we canned it. It's tasting super fruity now. It's almost
a lot of plum.
A lot of plum and almost a bit of sort of raspberry thing going on there as well.
Even though it's 11% and it's a touch sweet, it's still not sweet. And again, we'll go back to the lactose debate, but it's not that artificial sweetness either. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's I think that's incredible. I'm a huge fan of imperial stouts, absolutely huge, and I think that's amazing.
That's good. No, it's like some sort of like melted fruity chocolate, but the brownie dessert thing.
I like how everybody's like, I'm going to drink this later. It's 11%.
Probably a good idea. Yeah, it's definitely an end of night beer, I would say.
Yeah. Well, it is the end. It's the end of festival beer. You know, we'll be seeing stars after it, basically.
Pilsners.
Yeah, the saisons.
I've been pushing.
Yeah, we need the antidote after brewing beer like this.
Yeah. So yeah, same. I've had enough beers already. It's very fruity, says Peter.
It is fruity.
Yeah. So sorry, I'm just trying to catch up in the comments here. Thomas says, "Great to finish on the Jerry brew." We'll meet in person soon. Best imperial stout I've ever had, said Laurie. Wouldn't guess the strength from the taste, says Simon.
Right, Laurie.
Yeah. Very fruity.
Compliments.
Yeah. So guys, do you have anything in the pipeline Anything coming down the line? Any new brews you want to? And I'm going to use this opportunity before you answer. I'm going to use the opportunity to let people fire into the comments what they'd like to see as well. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I've really been pushing for a Pilsner, or as we call it, a crispy boy. I think lagers are great for the summer, and a Saison. Saison is my favorite style of beer personally to both brew. It has a really great working class history. And for me, that's really the spirit of beer, is something that everybody can drink, everybody can afford to drink. I think Saisons are brilliant. I like them really effervescent, and I'm kind of interested as an American brewer, like what the Irish palate's like, because I tend to have beers here in Ireland that are a little less carbonated, and I was wondering, like, what are people's thoughts on that? Crispy boy.
Christy.
What?
Is that the name of it then? Christy. We're going to do a new Pilsner called Christy.
Christy.
Christy the Pilsner.
Christy boy.
Yeah, Aidan wants to bankrupt us by making us brew Pilsners and Saisons. A notoriously difficult sell for craft breweries. Yeah. But, you know, we can do small batches. The thing is that when we get our in-house cannon sorted out, we'll have the flexibility to knock out a couple of small batches of things like that, and not have to worry too much about whether we're going to shift things quickly. And let's face it, Pilsners and Saisons, we're not too worried about shifting them in a week.
Yeah. Since disagreement, Mal was biting his lip there. Mal's just thinking about money.
I'm thinking about running out of money.
Thinking about surviving, that's what he's thinking about.
Fine, but not having money ain't fine. Yeah. So
yeah,
I like. So yeah, we're going to focus on some more of these super drinkable IPAs as well. I don't want to get stuck in the trap of being a one type of beer brewery like Polly's, like one of my favorite breweries, but like all they can knock out at the minute is just IPAs. Yeah, that's what the market is asking of them. I would hate to get stuck in that trap.
It's not fun as a brewer, and I think consumers actually, they say they want that, but then they don't get the experience of trying new beers.
Yeah. So we're open to experimentation anyway.
How about a sour?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got so on the farm we have the old milking parlour, the old milk house. So in the plans, once we get settled with the bank manager, in the plans we have a little barrel store in the milking parlour. So we do have plans to do some wacky stuff in there. We're hoping to isolate some local wild yeast as well. One of my brother's friends is honorary professor at Harriet Watt, where they've got really good brewing program over there, brewing distilling degree. So we've got an offer of some help from some folks over there when it comes to the time. So that's on the long finger. So for now it's just me and Aidan. So we hope to get somebody else on board soon as well to give us a hand. Mm-hmm. And then it'll give me a bit of headspace to focus on the other plans.
Nice. I'm looking. There's a lot of love for Saison here, and obviously, if you're a farmhouse brewery, so Saison it's a natural fit.
Yeah, we need to brew at some point.
Yeah. Simon is asking, what's your favorite Saison? And you can't say DuPont, I suppose. But yeah.
What I was going to say.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
Obviously, there's the classics. I mean, as a brewer, like some of the beer that I buy when I'm in an off license, honestly, is like Pilsner or Quell and DuPont. Like you go towards those classics. I really like everything. So I've only lived in Ireland for 3 years now. And I really like the stuff that I'm tasting out of Burning Sky, which I know is an English brewery. In terms of stateside, like Jack's Abbey has a great Saison. I tend to go pretty seasonal with my Saisons. Like I will drink whatever's local. So I'm originally from Southern California, and we've got some great breweries out there. Like almost every brewery in Southern California has their own version of a saison. Modern Times has a great saison. Yeah, so I drink local wherever I'm living at the time. So basically, I've had great saisons in Boston, great saisons in California, great saisons here. But saisons they don't seem to be as popular of a style here, which is, I think there's a gap in the market. I think there's a gap in the market.
Maybe hard to find that gap.
but you know what? Like, it's brilliant. It's like I said, I'm an anthropologist, so like I love the history behind beers. That's really what drew me into brewing. I don't have my degrees are in history and anthropology, not maths or biomedical science or anything like that. So the spirit of the saison, I really love it, and I also love that the flexibility that you can have. Like when we were talking about saisons, we were talking about using different herbs, peppercorns, things like that. So I like the flexibility and the creativity you have with it.
Yeah, I mean, like historically, I view saison. There's not really any rules when you're brewing your saison, especially if you're doing a farmhouse saison. So the goal, if we're going to have a house saison, it's going to be our signature one. It will definitely have to have a solid connection to the farm, whether it's the yeast. So it'll be the water for starters. So it'll be the yeast. And hopefully at some point down the line it'll be the barley as well, and anything else that's forageable in the area. So I mean, why not chuck it in there as well? If it's grown on the farm, then it goes in it. So that's the way it will develop. So we'll tinker with some over the next year or so and see what kind of direction we want to go with it. Whether we want any super phenolic yeasts or whether we want to keep it more subtle or a bit more peppery or a bit less spicy, or
I personally think this calls for a post-lockdown drinking session of only saisons.
Yes. I'm just looking at the comments here, and Sean Collin from White Street, who were on earlier, he's saying a collaboration anytime. So I think that could be a very, very interesting saison collaboration.
Where are you, White Street?
They're in Longford.
Longford, right. So we'll come down, we'll collaborate, and then I can leave Aiden, and then I can come back up north. And that's me, sort of.
You'll have a clean tank, great beer, but no brew
Yeah.
No brew notes, so perfect.
Brilliant. So I'm just trying to catch up in the comments here. Jesus. Cora is saying yes. Yes to saison. Yes to collaboration. Wide Street. Yeah, and call it Christy Boy. Crispy Boy. How about a sour? Any sours in the pipeline?
Yeah, we've got a collab lined up with Deck from Yellow Belly. His new brewery's up in Muff, just on the border with Derry, up Donegal there, Otterbank Brewery.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to try to get, we would have had it done by now, only lockdown. So as soon as we get the opportunity, we're going to do something with his barrels up there, and then we'll maybe exchange some of his funky yeasts and things, and funky bacteria, and bring them back down to Blahy. Stick a few barrels in somewhere, and we'll do something with that. Yeah, for sure.
Nice. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up in the comments here. Simon has asked, Aidan, have you tried Wide Street's Saison Sunday? Well,
I haven't had any Wide Street beers. Can we get them up here?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, it may be an issue.
Craft Central, we get them up. In Craft Central, yeah.
I think they're gone. To be honest, I think once they're gone, they're gone. They're like
hands teeth.
Yeah, that's it. I'll bring Sean in now in a minute. Buckfast IPA.
This has got a little hint of Buckfast off it, I think.
Yeah.
On our beer.
That's a good thing.
Jesus Christ, I actually can't keep up with the comments here.
Everybody's pissed now, that's what.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, yeah. This went way better than I anticipated for you guys at the end, to be honest. Yourself and Western Herd, I feared the worst.
No.
Absolutely, yeah. I was saying, Steve, what's too slow? I feared the worst. What we might do is, Jonathan, I'm going to bring Sean and Carla in here. And the descent into chaos is officially on. Let's go.